What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak, ladies and gentlemen. Back at it again. Back at it again for a study session. But like we've been doing the past couple of weeks, we've been making a lot of changes. Incremental changes, but changes nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen. Getting stressed. I'm on the cigarettes and everything, right? So even more updates coming in. So first of all, I was fucking I only realized that I didn't have my StreamYard settings set up correctly. So the fucking like it was only reading it as a 720. It's a 1080p camera, but it was only reading it as a 720 thing. So we got an extra couple of resolutions there to add to the mix as well. So let me know in terms of quality. Do I look high defined? Is it too high defined? You're like, oh shit, this is too much lesbian to handle, you know? So camera thing, we updated donut bar slightly, like I said, slightly. And then just overall as well, there's going to be other updates coming in. Going to be redoing the thumbnails. I'm also going to be getting rid of this backdrop, because although it's fucking epic as fuck, ladies and gentlemen, right? Although it's epic as fuck, what I want to do is basically kind of like a 19th century like study kind of like backdrop. You know what I mean? So, but like that kind of vibes. And what I mean by that is like I still want some sort of motion, so maybe like some thunder or some lightning out the window or some shit like that. I want to have like that effect, but like I want like an aesthetic where it's kind of like I'm at a desk or something along those lines. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And like play around with that. And then what I want to do is kind of like use that as like a standard thumbnail or the background thumbnail to like all the 5 different thumbnails for the 5 different shows that I'm going to be doing, and then just change out the titles. So then when we go live, it's like you're kind of you're kind of staying on theme. You're kind of staying on aesthetic essentially. Um, and like I said, we have the Talking Smack with Teriak. We Vox Populi Vox Day, so we're sticking with that title. That's going to be the TikToks, and just as like an overarching kind of like consolidation on like what type of streamer I am, rather than like I said, kind of trying to do like all different things, all this kind of shit. Playing to the forte. So I think like reaction is like the direction that I want to go down. I think at least. So it's like we start off with the talking smack, that's the TikToks, all this kind of shit. Then we have, and that's basically like culture. We're basically commenting on culture, we're reacting to culture. Then the next day, deductionist files, we're reacting to true crime. You know what I mean? And then after that, which would be today's episode, and I'm going to be spicing up on today's episode as well. We're not going to be reading the Bible. We're going to be reacting to clips, as you could probably see by the title. We're going to be doing a lot about our boy Charlie Kirk and all that kind of stuff as well. And what else have we got? And then it would be the film room, which is debate. And then we end with a bit of fun for the community, bit of wheel of madness, you know what I mean? Bit of shenanigans, so to speak. So that's the general idea. Now, another idea for this show would be kind of like me hopping onto other panels, but I don't want to be stepping on toes or anything like that. And I don't want to be just kind of like copying like speakies or anything like that. So I'm very hesitant in terms of that. That might take a while, because if I am going to do that type of stuff, I want to make sure that it's unique and that it's bringing something to the table. And what I mean by that is, like if you look at Wheel of Madness, like that's heavily inspired. Ah, fuck! I'm getting a call. Fi favore, fi favore. I'm just gonna have to let it go to voicemail. Fuck. One sec. Let me just message them. But fuck, that was my cousin, bro. Fuck. My uncle. It was my fucking uncle. Yeah, like what the fuck was I talking about? Yeah, like if you look at like Wheel of Madness, it's like it's heavily inspired by Verbal Combat, but it's like there's clear distinctions. So like Verbal Combat, it's a competition. You're competing, and like there's going to be a winner, and it's either someone on panel wins or the chat wins. Whereas Wheel of Madness, chat's the only winner. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like there's clear kind of like distinctions in it. So like I said, that's kind of like an idea I'm playing with. But like I said, man, I wanted it to be distinct and all that kind of stuff as well. So like I said, I'm going to be running with this format at least for this style. But then, like I said, I need to redo the thumbnails. I need to redo the background as well. I want to have like I said, that kind of study appeal. Oh fuck, I forgot to introduce chat as well, and we got the raid as well. Jared, speaking of speakeasy, welcome in everybody. Let me play the clip, ladies and gentlemen.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Welcome in, everybody. Thank yous all for coming. Because of Speakeasy, who better else to teach us the laws of logic than our boy Speakeasy?
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
Bellissimo. And let me quickly welcome in, chat. We got Jungle, we got Truth of All TV, we got Vintage, we got Bill Hicks or Tyrannosaurus Hicks. Who else we got? We got Uriah, welcome in. We got Shazi, welcome in. We got Daniel, we got Crucible Crusader, we got Dave. Hey, I'm never escaping these lesbian charges. It is what it is. We got William, welcome in, sir. Well, that is true. Stacey chat always wins. Like I said, Easy taught me that. And like I said, man, mind-blowing philosophy right there. We got King Mama. We got Aaron Out Men saying, I am Mossad. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, boys. Does that mean I get $7,000? Just asking. We got John Rambo. Goddamn. We got Nick. We got Simple Turn of Chaos. We got The Wood Gambler. Who else we got? We got Make Reality Great Again, 110%. Gone from Andrew's stream, rated to Rob, rated to Speaks, and now here, now it's now 11 a.m. Yes, it's too late to go to bed now. My man, appreciate you, Connie, and help me out in the algorithms. You know what I'm saying? Give us the like and sub. It's free. You know what I'm saying? We got Alan. We even got the haters in chat. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people say, it's like, oh no, get rid of the haters. And all this. Like, nah, man, you gotta give the haters something. You know what I mean? Because the haters, like they add to the memes. You know, with their crazy Delulus and all this kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting a lot of Discord messages. One sec. Hey. Like I said, we'll give it a little bit of a warm up. We'll give it a little bit of a warm up first. Jungle Boy, appreciate you very kindly. Like I said, I want to test out a lot of things in this stream. So, like I said, I'm testing out the new format that's basically just like buying time, but it's also kind of like setting the kind of like the schedule or just like the overarching kind of live streaming to a format of reaction streamer. You know what I mean? Where it's like I'm basically reacting to either cultural stuff on the TikToks, true crime stuff on the documentaries, debate stuff with the long form videos, all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of sticking to that kind of like vibe. So it's like, and again, shout out to Jungle for this as well. He's kind of really kind of harnessed and kind of like focused like the energy on kind of like, okay, the 30-second elevator pitch. Let's say you're in an elevator pitch with like Joe Rogan or whatever the fuck. How are you presenting yourself? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you got the suits. And some people might say you look like a lesbian. Shut the fuck up. Okay. But like how you present yourself, like you've got 30 seconds to explain what are you doing, or like if you're on a podcast, you're introducing yourself in 30 seconds. How are you like drilling the message across? And it's like simple title, reaction streamer, and you know, I mean, we go about it with that. We got Shazzy as well coming in for the 11 months. Says, yeah, you're sacked. It's been a min. Wait, who's sacked? Well, I was sacked already. I didn't even know I was employed. Unbelievable. We got Dart as well. Welcome in. Teriak, do you think? Yes, the Clancy thing. That's why I want to look up as well. Because Easy was talking about that, man, and it's like, holy shit. Holy shit. Right, so we're going to kick off with that video. Thank you very kindly for reminding me. Paradise said because she's evil instead of going crazy. Well, isn't like mental illness like the telltale sign of like demons? You know, like if you were to describe mental illness before we had the term mental illness, what would you call it? You'd say that motherfucker's got demons. You know what I mean? And we got Simple Turn of Cast with the 10 jewels, ladies and gentlemen. Yo, Lucky Charms. You know, trimming a gold coin to the pot of gold. You know what I'm saying? And also, I got to play this clip as well because, again, shout out to Jungle.
Your logic is flawed. Your position is untenable.
The etate of pair.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Your position is untenderable. I'm actually going to make that. I'm going to make that catchphrase, Jungle, just for that clip. Your position is untenderable, sir. Just to fuck with my debate opponents. You know what I'm saying? Sacked before he even got the job. Exactly. It's a world record. At least we're breaking records. You know what I mean? They're not the records you want to be breaking, but we're still breaking records. You know what I mean? The 1080p definitely highlights your lesbian assets. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Like I said, I didn't even realize it. Like I said, there's so much little things in the back end. You know what I mean? Like Speakeasy talks about this as well, where it's like there's all this shit that like needs to be done, all this kind of stuff. So it's like streaming, like to any of the streamers out there that are listening in or whatever, or people who are thinking about doing streaming, it's like you have to kind of prepare yourself for like this aspect of like you're going to be working, but you're not going to be on cam. Like there's going to be a lot of work, like setting shit up and all that stuff, and you got to count that as work as well. And because a lot of people say, "Oh, I'm just going to stream," you know, let's say a couple hours a day. Like, yeah, but how many hours are you spending in that day as well, working on shit for the show, or working on like assets for the show, or working on, you know, scripts for the show and all this kind of stuff, you know? But I love it. I love it. And also shout out to Shazzy Bear for the £10. Let me give you a shredding clip for that one, Shazzy.
You remind me of what I really
Ladies and gentlemen, are we having fun yet? Shazzy with the £10. That's the king shilling right there. Says, this means, yeah, you're at work, boy. You're at work, boy. That's why I'm suited. Dressed to impress, Shazzy. Am I right? Am I right? Agreed, Teriak. Mental illness is very close to, if not the same as, demonic possession. I'm saying. Untenderable. Untenderable. You know? Gotta throw in those tendies. You know? Shit, chat is on fire, but ladies and gentlemen, I think I've gone through all the updates. I think I've gone through all the updates at least. But let's kickstart off with the, shit, I shared the wrong fucking thing. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Jeff. Right. So let's share this because again, Freedom Tunes, shout out to Freedom Tunes. Actually, one sec, let me put up the banner for this as well. So here's what we're showing. Here's what we're showing, ladies and gentlemen. Also, I need to put us into this layout. Right. So like this is what I think is like the only play for dudes. This is literally the only play to get these women in line. Also, shout out to Marte for the $5. Says fried chicken tax. Speaking about fried chicken, shout out to Marte.
Flash! Flash! Yes! Flash!
Gotta sort these feminists out, man. Gotta sort these feminists out. Maybe we got Steelborn as well in chat. Welcome in, welcome in. It is what it is. We also got BB. Welcome in, BB, the Aussie. Welcome in. Pull up a chair, right? Now, this, like I said, this is shout out to Freedom Tunes because they make banger content, right? So, one sec. Let me get the link in for chat as well. Actually, I'll put this in the banner too, just to be extra charitable. All right. We got Freedom Tunes, and we give them a like and sub. So paste the link as well. Make sure you get your asses over to Freedom Tunes. Give them a like and a sub. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like I said, I think this is the only play that guys can do.
That poor baby. Sweet cherub. Rest now, poor itty-bitty toddler.
Can't believe how many evil freaks are out there.
I wouldn't go that far, but they certainly deserved it.
I was talking about the wife.
We were talking about the wife.
What?
It's terrifying. That could have been any of us.
That is terrifying.
So you understand the fear of women.
Very much.
And her husband? He just went out when he had a wife who could kill his kids at any time. Terrifying.
That really is.
How could any man ever leave the house? Do they?
Now, like I said, even just to like capture like that thing, like this is what like dudes collectively are like. We witnessed these videos, like the Goofy Today that like Speakeasy showing, and we're just like, what the actual fuck, you know? You're just like, wait, that's what you genuinely believe? Holy shit, you know? Let me ask you a question, you know? And he stole my name, by the way. I didn't steal his name.
Know how irresponsible that is?
You can't turn your back for 5 seconds, can you?
Wow, you're so emotionally intelligent.
But maybe, hear me out, maybe murdering children is bad.
When she was wearing that, she was pregnant. She didn't get a prenup. She's not crunchy. Her husband's under 6 feet.
Wait, you're right. You're right.
Thank you. We know.
I just can't believe someone so pretty could do something like that.
She's a monster. Disgusting wench.
We're making a full-length
Got
animated
'em,
series.
boys. We got him, boys. That's the only play we can do. It's just like turn these bitches against each other. Like, oh, I just can't believe someone so pretty could do such a thing. You know, and it's like, she's a whore. You know what I mean? So I have a theory that like women are more misogynistic than men. You know? Well, holy shit, man. The fact that they do the the sisterhood and all this kind of shit, like getting behind this bitch. Like, holy fuck, dude. Holy fuck. You know? And like we've shout out to Shazzy as well. I'll also welcome in Ivan. Because like we've covered a lot of fucked up shit on even yesterday. You know what I mean? On the deductionist files and all this kind of shit. Where like the justice system fails. But it's like this is like they're cheerleading for the justice system to fail, to try and say, oh, like give her the insanity plea and all this kind of shit. They're cheering for it. You know? As a woman, we women don't claim those Clancy fans as one of us or the lefty ones. But it's like when you get ideologically captured, this is what happens. Like you're not actually thinking for yourself. You're not actually kind of saying, okay, I have this opinion on this, but here's a similar situation. Do I hold the same belief? You know? People don't do that. They like, and this is what happens when you confront someone with like a belief that they've just taken for granted, they've never questioned. They get really like upset and annoyed about it because they know that like just doing this whole dogma, like the atheists, for example, is a prime example of that. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of atheism, it's like, should do a cartoon of crazy women shouting, hey, man goes into the shop, buys a dress, and comes out wearing it. Crazy suddenly love him. But like, this is the thing though. Like as men, I think we need to be smart about the plays that we're making. Because like the whole trans thing comes from this whole like feminism thing. They want to completely deconstruct everything. They want to deconstruct gender. They want to deconstruct like the differences between men and women. It's like, okay, ladies, that means that you are both getting in the ring when it comes to like these fighting championships and all this kind of shit. But look, ladies, that means you are both competing in the same basketball league. Okay, ladies. It's like at some point, sometimes you just got to give them what they want. But then they realize, oh shit, you got to let them make the mistake, so to speak. And like I keep saying this about the whole trans thing. It's like that, like the trans thing is that you're just going to genocide the gays. Because like, what is it, 80 or 90% of the kids that like do the whole like trans thing or like get the whole gender dysphoria or whatever fucking like propaganda they call it, they end up just being gay. If they don't do the hormones or the treatment and all this kind of shit, they just end up being gay. All right. So sometimes you gotta let this shit play out. You know, don't play the game. Exactly. It's like the one thing I would love Donald Trump to do is like to designate like all these feminist movements terrorists, because that's what they are at this stage. They're fucking terrorists, cultural terrorists. You know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it because I need to start making the intro shorter because I've been doing like hour-long intros before I actually get into it. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. But anyways, right, here's the first clip of our boy, Charlie Kirk. And Charlie, like I said, this is kind of one of the things of like playing smarts, playing chess, not checkers. He flips the script on these atheists. And he says, well, when you think about it, doesn't it require more faith to be an atheist than a theist? Let's get into it. Let's get into it.
So you seem rather fired up.
How are you?
I'm fine. What's your name?
I'm Opal.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm fine.
What do you want to talk about?
What do you believe?
I don't know. What do you believe in?
Jesus Christ.
To be honest, that was an honest answer. She doesn't know what the fuck she believes, you know? You're Irish Terror, you can talk the leg. I got the gift of the gab, Shazzy. I got the gifted gab. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Genuine question.
Yeah.
Do you expect for you to say that I'm going to disrespect you because of your beliefs?
No, it's just, I don't know your religious views. I could guess, but I don't know.
I'm not religious. Haven't found a religion yet.
Oh, okay.
Unless you want to recommend something to me.
I recommend Christianity. It's pretty
so
awesome.
Like a pamphlet or something?
A Bible. You could download the Bible app.
No, but I want it from you. You know so much.
Sorry.
I
Yeah.
want from you. You know so much.
I know very little,
You got
but
this big ass head, but no.
I do have a big.
The Bible is more than 2,000 pages long. I want you to teach me the Bible right now, right here, right now, in the next like 2 minutes. If you can't do it, then you're not a real Christian. This is like and again, it's not their fault. As the Russians would say, "Прости меня, Господи, но они не знают, что делают." Okay? We must remember that, folks. And what that means in English is, forgive them, Lord. They know not what they are doing. Okay? Because again, they've taken on all these like, out of context clips from like atheist debates and all this kind of stuff. And again, it's like this fighting back against unquestioned beliefs without triggering the ego, because once it's revealed to someone who has like these unquestioned beliefs, they get very upsetty spaghetti. They get very kind of like aggressive and all this kind of shit. And in given the two options between either destroying your opponent or converting your opponent is a better outcome, you know? Exactly, Shazzy. Exactly. You know? I watched him for years and he was amazing when he came to the UK and saw what crap is happening and spoke out about it. Man was a legend. Exactly. As opposed to fucking Piers Morgan. It's like, oh, we've got food. Think of the cuisine we now have. And it's like, Piers, you're a fat fuck anyways. What are you talking about? You know? Representing West Clare through genetics. Hey, my man. But they like, this is what I'm saying. What I'm trying to point out, chatter, is that like technically they've just taken the unquestioned belief and they're just running with that. And another typical example of this is where like atheists will criticize Christians, where they'll say, "You're not perfect, ergo you're not a real Christian," or like, "I thought Christians were supposed to be perfect," and it's like, no, you got it inverted. You got to invert it. You know, Christians will say we're all sinners. You know, which is literally like the ultimate counter to the ego. Should be, it's like, well, I'm a sinner. I'm going to make mistakes. I'm mortal. You know. So they invert it. The whole aspect is like, okay, I know I'm a sinner, and how can I sin less? Not that I'm never going to sin again, but how can I sin less? You know what I mean? They got the mentality flipped. And it's sad. It genuinely is sad. Because, like I said, just in terms of just the ego alone, show me one thing that's better than Christianity to fight against your own ego. And that is your greatest enemy is your own ego. My God, Pierce is a prick saying he prefers a curry. Like, yeah, we can tell, Chubby. Exactly, you know. I fell out yesterday with God, hard today. Hey, Shazzy, like I said, day by day, got to pick up that cross, you know. Peace and peace. Unless she's into history, then 2 minutes, not even an hour would suffice. Exactly. But let's continue.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you have a Bible?
No.
You don't have anything to tell me?
Where do you think you go when you die?
Nowhere. Like nothing exists.
Why do you believe that?
Because that's science.
Science tells you go nowhere when you die?
Okay, well, can you explain if you think,
Yeah.
you have this, what do you think happens? How do you think that works when we die? The science behind it.
Well, actually,
Genuine.
neuroscience has over 25,000 different pieces of evidence to show people have afterlife experiences in just the last decade.
Okay.
Every civilization in the history of the world has believed in an afterlife or a God. Why is science right now and everyone else is wrong?
Because they didn't have the science and the modern technologies that we have now.
So what discovery has disproven the afterlife?
Probably scientific, but no one can actually confirm because unless you're coming back to life, then nobody can confirm that yet.
So you can't disprove it,
And you can't prove it either.
so it takes faith.
Yeah.
I have faith.
Yeah, and I don't. And you know what? If you think that that's going to happen, then that's fine.
Okay.
I'm not
so,
mad at you for
so how did the world come into existence?
Big Bang.
My favorite comment here was do you have faith that tomorrow will happen? Do you have faith in the future? What's your evidence for that? And then if you start pointing to historically, oh well, every single day that I've been alive, the sun has rose, and we've had a new day. Why can't the Christians use the same argument? Just saying.
So the Big Bang, so the Big Bang made space, time, and matter. What started the Big Bang?
No one knows. Not God.
Well, but the laws of physics mean that there must
How
be
did
a.
God get there? I'm confused. That's a genuine, like, everybody says
But God
came first.
but
how
God
did he
always
get
is.
there? But how did it get there?
There's
That's
no.
my question.
That's a good question.
Okay,
So
so what's the same with
Christianity
the
would
universe?
argue that it is the Alpha and Omega. It always is. But the universe had a starting point. So therefore, whatever made the universe predated the universe. That's God, isn't it? If you believe in the Big
We
Bang.
can say there's a lot of different things, but why does it always have to come back to God?
Well, whatever you can call it, you could call it the idea of God. But if you believe in the Big Bang, which you say you did, it means that space, time, and matter had a beginning, which means that something made that beginning
Do
happen.
you believe in the Big Bang happening? Or do you
Yes,
think
I believe God started the Big Bang. He spoke it into existence.
He spoke it into.
Yes.
I'm just still confused on how this
Well,
works.
because look,
In the beginning, there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Right? And this, like I said, this is beautiful. This is beautiful right here. Can we get a hallelujah? Can we get a machiwa, ladies and gentlemen?
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
Because, like I said, John 1:1. One sec, let me pull it up. So, like I said, the leprechaun's not pulling any loosey goosey or anything like that. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Right, which gets us on to the question of, well, what does word mean? What does the word mean? Uh-oh. People be using words and they don't know what word means. Does anybody know? Come on, chat. I know at least one motherfucker in chat knows this whole thing, this whole line of argumentation that I go down. See, this is what I don't like about streaming, is that like the camera's on me, so you get to see my face reaction, but I never get to see you motherfuckers' reaction, you know? Crazy's crazy's kind there is I value or something. There we go. I knew at least one of them. Shout out to Steelborn. Shout out to Steelborn. You know? And we got Truth coming in with the $5. Says, Machiwa, Terry. Machiwa. Appreciate you, guy. And let me give you the money clip for that one, sir. Word is a unit of meaning. So, like, for example, it's like, let me do this. A lot of people say, oh, well, like a word is just like letters and shit. But that's not a word. What I just typed in the chat and I'm showing on screen right now, that's not a word. A word has to have meaning. It is one unit of meaning, ladies and gentlemen, right? Then I get the next question. Everybody thinks it ends there. The next question is, what does meaning mean? Oof. Now we're getting hot and heavy. Now we're getting hot and heavy. And the atheists don't like me asking this question. What does meaning mean? It means significance. It means the connection of significance, the relationship, right? And that's a key thing in terms of meaning, because then it maps onto morality, right? When you're demoralized, you lose your relationship with life itself. You lose meaning. Life becomes meaningless, and then you self-delete. You know what I'm saying? Which is why the Christians talk about morality so much and why it's so important. Because without morality, you wouldn't even be here. You wouldn't even want to be here. You know? And the deeper and deeper you go with this, ladies and gentlemen, the more and more profound Christianity gets. And crazy, I'm back to me. You couldn't. What's the Thanos line? You couldn't live with your own failures. And where did it get you? Back to me. You know? Exactly, Shazzy. And I always hate like when I bring up the demoralization as well, because demoralization is undeniable. Because they'll say like you're oppressing us, right? And that's demoralizing us. And that's an objective, measurable phenomenon, right? But here's the thing: they'll grant, oh, demoralization exists, but you kind of point to me like what, like that objective morality. But if there's objective demorality, there has to be objective morality. If there's actions that either one does or is done to one that decreases meaning, that leads to complete loss of meaning, well, then there must exist actions which lead to moralization. If there's demoralization, there has to be moralization. There's actions that lead to loss of meaning. There must be actions that lead to an increase in meaning. You cannot have hot without cold. You can't have up without down. See what I'm saying? To comprendre? Simples. Exactly, Shazzy. But if you can be demoralized, you can also be moralized. Can't have hot without cold. You know? Thanos, damn, to have that glove right now. It is what it is. BB says, we are almost like UK here. I get arrested for saying these leftist lunatics. Charlie Kirk was debating to celebrate his death. That's what I'm saying. And like we kicked off with like the whole, or what Easy was talking about with like Lindsay Clancy. Like that's crazy. It like literally crazy. The overwhelming evidence points to Todd Robinson being responsible. Okay, we're talking about that whole shebang. I had to let my daughter see my shit. Yeah, 100%. T's and P's, Shazzy. T's and P's. Day by day. Day by day. Theoborn, I've heard atheists say it makes no sense that something can create itself from nothing, but at the same time saying, I believe nothing came from nothing. Or I believe something came from nothing, I think you mean, Dave. Or Daniel.
Look, the first words of my Bible are the same of your view. In the beginning.
Okay.
You believe the Big Bang was the beginning. I believe in a Big Bang.
Okay.
So maybe God made it happen. But what's your explanation?
I don't have an explanation because I don't study science, but I don't study faith.
Okay, that's fair enough.
You know, so I'm not gonna put bullshit on my ass to tell you.
You gotta have faith in something, folks. And again, Do you think men can give birth?
I think that.
Oh shit! Fuck! Do you believe? Oh, the stream's gone. The fucking stream is gone, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get that off the screen before they come for me. But like I've been there. I've made that stupid mistake of going like, why do you need faith and all this kind of stuff? Why not just have reason? Reason alone. You know, and it seems seductive. It seems like the way. You know, the laws of logic, all this kind of stuff. But do you have faith in the laws of logic, Teriak? And I was like, fuck, you got me. You got me, boys. You got me. Okay. It is what it is. It is what it is. Exactly, Steelborn. Precisely, my dear Watson. But let's get on to the next one, ladies and gentlemen. From my boy Charlie Kirk. Never stop talking about Charlie Kirk. Never let these motherfuckers forget what they done. You know, what they celebrated. You know what I mean? Because they like to act like, oh, it was just Tyler. It's like, okay, what about all the fucking videos that you put up? Like these psychotic videos that you all put up, that you all shared and you liked and you danced on his grave. I'm never letting those motherfuckers forget about that. You know what I mean? The word in John 1:1 is identified in John 1:14, and the word became flesh, the ultimate meaning. But that's like this whole thing, like Plato, like, was it 350 years before Jesus? Talks about Jesus. The end of Republic, the end of the second book of Republic and the start of the third book of Republic talks about this. That if a morally perfect man was to walk amongst us, he would be, what was the thing? He would be mocked, he would be beaten, he'd be pierced, and he'd be crucified. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar, folks? I'm just saying. Exactly, Steelball. Exactly. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because like no mere man could be morally perfect. That's why I was like, when I was talking about like atheists completely invert what Christianity is. They think that Christians think that they're perfect, or Christianity is all about being perfect. No, Christianity is all about acknowledging that you're not perfect, that you are a sinner, but also that you can sin less. You know, not that you are sinless. You know what I'm saying? See a little play on words there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right. That prophecy was in Isaiah, wasn't it? But this whole thing as well. Man, I just can't wait for another Muslim to come on Easy's panel, or for me to debate another Muslim, and they pull the whole, well, if Jesus was God, then why does he say, my God, why have you forsaken me? Does anyone in chat know why Jesus said that? Oh man, Oh, once it all comes together, like I said, this is the whole thing of like, I regret like a lot of this shit that I was doing, even like as far as like a year or a bit over a year ago and all this kind of shit. But then I also like don't regret it because it's like, no, I genuinely kind of like pursued the truth. And like once I kind of like got like all the kind of the questions answered, it's like, well, yeah, clearly Christianity is the way. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, man, the couple of weeks ago, you know, at the funeral, it was just kind of like, bro, atheists don't even have any of this. Like, what happens when an atheist dies? You know what I mean? Like, why bother having a funeral? It's all meaningless, right? It's all meaningless. Why even bother having a funeral for them? You know? Down you, man. Dry with the $5. Let me give you a money clip for that one, sir. Camus said there is but one truly serious philosophical problem, and that is self-deletion, thoughts. Well, that's what I'm pointing to with like demoralization. Self-deletion actually proves morality. Believe it or not. That there is actions either done to you or that you do that will literally erode your connection to life, like your relationship with life. One would say God, you know? Like that's why morality is so important and why it's so important to live a moral life. Otherwise, that's the end game for like being immoral. Why you should not be immoral is that you will end up self-delete. You know? Exactly. Do you know the verse Steelborn? Steelborn's on fire. Steelborn's on fire in chat tonight.
My fucking man! No, I didn't.
He was quoting the Old Testament. You know what I'm saying? He was singing a song, so to speak, you know? I regret aggravating my daughter yesterday. Mistakes happen, Shazzy. Mistakes happen, you know? T's and P's, T's and P's. My cousin buried on Monday Teriak. Oh, fuck. I feel you, Shazzy. I feel you. Like, this is the whole thing, man. That's why you pray for a strong spirit, not an easy life. Because, like, that's the one thing about life. When it rains, it fucking pours, you know? But as fucked up as it sounds, but, like, once you kind of, like, think about it deeply, it's like, without the lows, the highs would be meaningless, you know? There's the philosophical thought experiment where it's like, if you could plug yourself with the machine and all that you would experience is just pure pleasure, would you do it? And people, like, unanimously always say no. And most of the time, they don't even know why they say no. They can't fully articulate it. And the answer is because what would pleasure mean at that point? Without pain, you can't have pleasure. Without hot, you can't have cold. Without up, you can't have down. Without life, you cannot have death. You know? Thales, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, Xenophon, Epictetus, Ptolemy, Zeno, Philo, etc., Christ, apostles, Justin, martyr, etc., etc. Good answer. Good answer. Thank you very kindly, sir. Thank you very kindly. Psalms 22:1. Exactly. He was quoting prophecy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Shazi, it's the same in my life. Or my family. It's like even at the funeral, you're like, bro, there's like another 3 funerals that are going to be coming soon. And it's like I said, man, it's not a good thought to have, but part of life, you know. And I don't want to go with the whole like conspiratorial thing and all this stuff, but it's like, was that the old jabby jab, like the push over the edge and all this kind of shit, you know? Psalm 22, prophecy of Psalm 22, you know? Well, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it.
I've talked about Patriot Mobile's commitment to faith, family, and
one
freedom.
sec.
Have you made the switch?
Trump's been a
There we
big.
go.
Hey Charlie, I've been watching your videos for a long time. Been a big fan of yours. One thing I will say is that I have come out here not only because I turned conservative in about 2016 with Trump's first run. I've always also been.
This is the thing, and I get a lot of slack for saying this and all this stuff. It's like conservatism is not enough. Conservatism is not enough. You need to be nationalist. You need to become nationalist. Not ultra nationalist, but you need to become nationalist. Because otherwise, what are you conserving? What are you conserving? You know? You need to be nationalist. Like this whole thing of like, let's be conservative. Like that's why you had the whole problem where it's like the left keeps pushing, and anytime the conservatives gets in, they just stop the left from marching forward. They never actually countered the left. That's why you need nationalism. Nationalism is not a bad word. You know, but at least, like I said, this is kind of like one thing as well. A lot of people kind of like they blackpill and all this kind of shit, but they don't get that it's like it's a marathon. You're not going to accomplish everything in your life. Like we're not going to restore Rome to its former glory or whatever the fuck in your lifetime. But you can start putting the bricks and you can start putting the foundations in place. And particularly with this mentality of that, like you were doing this for a better future for your generations to come. You know what I'm saying? Shazzy says, I think I'm a nationalist. But this is the thing. It's when you're talking about like Ireland and Northern Ireland, particularly like nationalists and unionists. You know what I mean? That's where it's like the words, and you have to be very fucking precise in terms of how you explain it in Northern Ireland. Because if you say you're a nationalist in Northern Ireland, they're like, you Catholic bastard and all this kind of shit. And it's like, no. And this is why I say, man, like in terms of just like the Ireland-England divide, like I'd love to see like, because like when you look at it, it's like Scotland is the Gaels or like the Gaelics, you know what I mean? Like Scotland and Ireland, like, you know what I mean? It's like the same tribe, two different countries, but the same tribe, essentially, the same ancestry, so to speak. And then when you look at like the, like Wales is basically the same as well. You know what I mean? So it's like, on the one hand, like, you know, I could, like, I'd be brought out the fucking back alley for saying things of like, I wouldn't mind if it was done right, like the United Kingdom in one essence. But it's like, how are we going about it? How are we define these terms? But now that we have literally fucking people coming into the country and trying to behead motherfuckers on the streets, I think we should all come together and realize we're not so different, you and I. You know what I mean? We have the same problems facing us, you know? I'm not getting in the middle of that orange green. What can I say, man? What can I say? That's why the Irish flag is green, white, and orange. Supposed to be peace between the greens and the oranges, you know? But let's get into the video.
A devout atheist, and I've been proud in my beliefs with that. I find the book, the Bible, to be a very fictitious book. I find that it has a lot of contradictions that are not squared away by anybody that finds it, that reads it. So I'm just want to know one thing I want to get for you before we dive into that is how can we get more people of different faiths to come to the conservative movement instead of, because a lot of what I see of you is espousing on, you know, Christian virtues and to a lesser extent Jewish, but I think that there could be a lot more that we could do with ideas rather than the beliefs of religion.
Let's start with the idea of atheism, if that's okay.
Sure.
I'm going to go through all of the arguments for God's existence.
Okay.
I want you to tell me if you've heard them before or if they are compelling.
Okay.
First is what's called the ontological argument for God, which ontos comes from the Greek. It's the Greek word for being.
Sure.
So the highest conception of human beings, we can only conceptualize that which is real. And so the highest conception of our own, combined wisdom is God. I think this is the weakest argument for God, to be perfectly honest.
Right, I'll agree with you there. Yeah.
Yeah, but it is a proof that on an ontological view of God. The second of which is called the cosmological view of God, coming from the Greek word cosmos, which means all-encompassing creation. If you look around with creation, there are 15 fine-tuned measurements that if anyone went off by a micron, our entire existence would not exist. The tilt of the Earth, our proximity to the sun, our configuration of oxygen to carbon dioxide. In fact, we can look at the probability of our existence. It's 1 in multiple trillions that all of this would come together at an exact time, let alone consciousness, let alone human beings, let alone our DNA.
Sure, I want to counter that with the fact that there are millions upon millions of galaxies with millions upon millions of their own stars, with millions and millions of their own planets. If we didn't, I don't think that if this Earth was not in this exact space as it exists now, I think that is also not compelling, because we would have found existence on in another location in the universe if it was not just in this space.
I don't have enough faith to believe that, but let me continue onwards. Then there is what's called the teleological argument for God. That comes from the Greek word telos, which means, we get the word telescope. It means goal, destination, or purpose. This here goes to an argument that for every cause, for every effect, there must be a cause. So, for example, we can agree that space, time, and matter exists. We agree.
Yes.
Therefore, definitionally, something that is outside of space, time, and matter must have made space, time, and matter exist.
Not necessarily. We can.
Well, then it's against the laws of reason.
Not because there could always be a universe that existed before our Big Bang. It's not. We could have existed.
Man, people throw around that term necessarily way damn too much. Not necessarily. It's no, yes, necessarily. Because if God was within time, let's just take time, right? Forget about everything else, just time. What is time? What does time track? Change. So God, because God is by definition unchanging, an unchanging being, we are changing beings, right? But unchanging being cannot exist within time. Otherwise, it would change. Holy shit, Welcome in, Kat. Welcome in. Pull up a chair, get comfy. Welcome in, Jack, as well. Pull up a chair, get comfy. Just before you fall asleep, don't worry. Jack's got his wee little blanket and his black coffee there, But this is what I'm saying, man. It's they're getting there. That needs to be the mentality that they're getting there. You know what I mean? They're still working their way there. And that's where it's patience is key. You know what I mean? I'm not the greatest at it myself, but it's a key thing to remember. Patience is key.
With space, but no matter, in a very tiny point. That's what basically the Big Bang was. So I don't see how that disproves atheism. And it's more, atheism is more of a, I don't believe God exists. Why is this compelling?
Well, I'm going to go through two more proofs of God, and then we'll finish. Then there's what's called the Kalam proof of time, which is thanks to Albert Einstein, we know that time is actually a real thing that can be traversed with enough speed. And in order for time to exist, something timeless must have created it. Finally, there's something called the axiological view of God. I don't know if you know this one. Axios comes from the word, the Greek word judgment. Axios and judgment mean the same thing, which basically means that every human being has some form of right and wrong embedded in us. For example, when the Nuremberg trials were happening, the Nazis were not able to say, well, it was just the laws of the land. They actually appealed to a higher power, saying that every one of us had some good or evil within us.
So that doesn't, that kind of disproves, right? I mean, If the Nazis were able to point to something outside of themselves and say, hey, this is the reason why we're doing this
They
crap.
didn't. No, the point is
Okay.
the Nazis
Okay.
didn't. Is that the people doing the trial did. Meaning the Nazis were not able to
Oh,
excuse
okay.
that.
Okay.
So out of all those proofs of God, what if any of them are persuasive to you?
None.
None. Okay. So then what, if you look at a human being and you look at the improbability of our...
Oh man, like this thing that there's no evidence I can give you for God. And like these say the patience. Yeah, patience. Shazzy says she's got great patience. I've never been a doctor, but I got patience. You know what I mean? Like when you say to me there is no evidence I can put forward that will that have you believe this, that is what you call a closed mind. You basically you walled off your mind, you know? Also shout out to Joel. The $5 says, how do we know that we aren't in a construct does not negate God? Yeah, no, like this whole thing with like the simulation. This is what I was trying to point out with the atheists. And what their whole thing is like, what if it's a simulation, man? It's like, well, the simulation would still require an energy source. What is the energy source to the simulation? Let me just grant you that it's a simulation. What is the energy source to the simulation? What would you call that? You would call that all powerful, aka God. You know what I'm saying? Let me give you a money clip for that one, sir. My man, we got crazy with the random factoid. St. David said, do the little things. Welch equals Dewey Sant. My man. But let's get into it.
You know, how we are put together. Do you believe that we are largely an accident of multi-billions of years of evolution?
Yes. How do we know? How do we not know that how do we know that there isn't something that's identical to us on another, planet somewhere that we haven't encountered yet? It's just a skeptic in me that's thinking that way. That says, hey, maybe there's something out there that we haven't contacted yet that is in another galaxy or another planet or something that we just don't know about.
Or maybe there isn't.
Okay.
So the improbability, though, of our existence and the Earth and oxygen and carbon and nitrogen and all of it together, you don't marvel at a human being being able to heal itself when it's cut or grow to a...
No, because we're not the only beings on Earth that can do that. There's a lot of people.
Well, we are the only ones that can reason, though.
Well, when have you ever seen a fucking monkey create a fire? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Where it's like, well, like these scientists told me that dolphins are intelligent. How do we reach these kids? Steelborn says, Terry, remember, if the atheist demands empirical evidence for God, that is the cracker in the pantry fallacy. He's demanding empirical evidence for something you wouldn't prove empirically. Or you wouldn't prove empirically. But that's why I point to motion. Like I said, on yesterday's stream, towards the very end, Jungle sent me a link and I hopped on to one of these atheist panels. It was 3v1, as always. Because they always have to be in their little echo chamber and like backing each other up, like, cheerleading, all this kind of shit. And I said to them, it's like, well, the atom has electrons. These electrons, even like an electron is constantly spinning or it's vibrating or it's in motion. What is the energy source to all the atoms in the universe? Because something doesn't move without any energy source, And since everything has atoms in it, it's all made up of atoms, and those atoms have electrons. Everything is in motion. What's the energy source to the universe? But it's a simulation, Teriak. Okay, I'll grant you it's a simulation. What is the energy source to the simulation? Like, that is literally the empirical. Tag is the logical. And then you say, no, you're not allowed to do tag. It's like, okay, we won't do tag. Or they do, show me the empirical. And then you show them the empirical. And then they fucking spaz out. Because you literally given them the logical and then the empirical as well. And then they can't handle it. And it's like what this dude said. It's like, there's no evidence you can actually give me. So it's like they're literally taking the argument as bad faith. They're going into the argument in bad faith. You know. Did you watch the BLM riots? Monkeys are great at making fires. Are you trying to get my channel struck? Is that what this is, Steelborn? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's be nice, Steelborn. Let's be nice.
Well, let's be nice.
Yeah.
Let's be nice. We don't have to go there. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it. I mean, good Lord.
Good Lord, Steelborn. Good Lord. I like calling it the Evetrons. I'm just saying. Candace is like an atom. She makes up everything. But I love it. I love it. I do appreciate a good dad joke, you know? But that's what I'm saying. You hit them with that shit, and then they're just like, oh, fuck. Like, I genuinely don't have a counter to this. And then they just spaz out, and they just mute you, and then they kick you off the panel.
Okay.
Do you marvel at our capacity to reason? At even the ability for mammals or reptiles to reproduce life. You don't
Oh,
see
you're
any
joking. Are you
intelligent
joking, Jack?
design behind
No,
it.
If you're
none.
not, then
You just
have
see
a
it
good
as
night.
It's a consequence of natural selection and evolution over millions and probably millions of years.
So we both have faith.
Okay.
I would argue you have a lot more faith than I do. You have a lot more blind faith to believe that everything around you, love, joy, peace, sadness, is all just a construct of neurons firing in your brain.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
So do you believe that we are just limited to our five senses?
No, I think even science has said that there can be like a sixth sense of...
What is that sixth sense?
Like a sixth sense that can be aware of what's surrounding the body. That, like, I can know that there's another person next to me, or there's a microphone in front of me. I can sense that. I don't need to have my eyes... Oh, I could be blind and I could still know that was there. I mean, I didn't need... I use more than five senses. Science has told us that for decades, that we have more than five
What do you
senses.
think happens when you die?
Nothing. Our electronic impulses just stop firing and
Let me ask you
nothingness.
the most important question.
Okay.
Do you hope you're wrong?
Not really. No, I mean...
Oof. Oof. Charlie's reaction there was just like, really? And like I said, this whole thing, I don't think he even believes what he's saying, bro. You know? Are you in Northern Ireland? No, I'm Southern. I'm Republic. And Shazzy's actually Northern. But we both agree that, like, Ireland should be united. But, like, Ireland being united doesn't necessarily detract away from a united kingdom. Like, Scotland is technically united. Wales is technically united. England is united. And then they unite together as a kingdom. So it's like, I really wish that, like, all the nationalists across both these aisles could fucking unite together. You know, they called it Great Britain. The first country to ever put great in its title. There was once a dream that was Rome, and that dream shall be realized. You know? Exactly, Steelborn. Ain't no such thing as an atheist in a foxhole. You know? Facts. Facts.
I've got this.
So you don't desire an afterlife.
I consider this life
Welcome
as an
in,
atheist
Zero.
the more compelling than
Shout
even...
out to Misunderstood as well. She hosts good great panels, I would even say. You know? Amen. Amen.
When I was younger and when I was religious, because I think that this is the only life we have. We need to do with it what we can, the best that we can do it. And it's, like I said, it's just the one chance we got. We don't have an afterlife. We don't have anything after that. So our goal is to become the best people that we can possibly be in that one chance that we get.
Okay, I will be stunned. So you hope that there's no eternal judgment and you never see your loved ones after you die?
No, not really.
I hope you all internalize just how dark that is, how sad that is. And it's fine. I'm not trying to criticize you. We as Christians have hope that we are going to see our loved ones again, and that we will be in heaven, and that we will be in perfect peace, and that this is not it. In fact, there's something even better awaiting us. So I hope.
Man, just how sad is that? Like, imagine like not wanting to meet your parents again. You know? That is sad. Like when I hear that, like people say that, I just want to give them a hug and like just like remind them that it's like you are loved. You might not feel it. Yeah, you might not haven't felt that emotion in a while. But love is an emotion. And it is real. You know? That was a sad response, bro. Fuck.
One day that you do seek to find something higher and better, that this is not all for us in our existence. Thank you so much.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because like even just like think about that for a second. What would be even the point of like wanting to do anything in life if it's all just meaningless and nothing anyway? You know, I'm not going to be able to take my suits to the afterlife. You know? Andrew Tate's not going to be able to take his Bugatti to the afterlife. You know? Just sad, man. So sad. We got atheist. We got Avarice in chat. Welcome in, Avarice. Pull up a chair. Get comfy. Shout out to Avarice and the Avarice Show. Un momento. Let me get the link. Let me get the link. The link. The link. The link is on fire. Shout out to the illustrious Avarice, host of the Avarice Show. Okay, so make sure you show Avarice a bit of love. What is it? The watch hours now, Avarice? It's just the watch hours and then Avarice is monetized. You know, these lefties ain't gonna know what fucking hit them. You know what I'm saying? It's up to 520 subscribers already, ladies and gentlemen. So he's got 2 shows. He's got the Covert America show with our boy Jake from Project VO Pod. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of the boys getting together. You know what I'm saying? And then he's got the Average Show as well. So he's got 2 live upcoming streams as well. Make sure you get your asses on for that, ladies and gentlemen. Wait, is there one coming up today or tomorrow? Tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. I'll probably be raiding into that or redirecting, whatever the fuck it's called on YouTube. So, down you, man. Down you. Make sure you like and sub, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you like and sub. The link is in the chat. If you aren't sub to Avarice, what the fuck are you doing with your life? What the fuck are you doing with your life? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But let's get on to the next video, ladies and gentlemen. Like, let me skip forward. Okay.
Head on over to vom.org/Charlie or click on the link below.
Sorry, it's first time. A little nervous. All right, so I have a friend named Thomas Sheedy. He is the founder of an organization called Atheists for Liberty. He is openly conservative, but he's mostly interested in atheist activism and normalizing atheism in all sects, including the conservative movement. He seems to be under the impression that a lot of conservatives, including you, are more hesitant to work with atheist organizations. Is there any truth to that?
Yes and no. I mean, if you're an atheist and you want to be part of the conservative movement, go ahead. But you must be an honest atheist and acknowledge that morality is definitionally subjective without a belief in God. You cannot be an atheist and believe in objective morality. It is an impossibility. And true atheists will acknowledge this. At some point, you have an ought claim. Well, things ought to be a certain way. We as Christians, or we that believe in the divine, we have is claims that murder is wrong. Whereas an atheist will say, well, murder ought to be wrong, because you can't have an objective definition if there is not a divine eternal power over you. So look, if an atheist wants to fight alongside of us to end abortion or to try and end the massacring of our kids that's called gender affirming care, and or if an atheist wants to march alongside of us to say no men and female sports, they're more than welcome to be able to do that. But atheists for liberty is an interesting phrase because I don't believe you can have liberty without God, because liberty is not man's idea, it is God's idea. That's just my own personal belief, and it's also the belief of everything that built this nation. But yes, I know a lot of good atheists. The question though is,
we got one in chat. We got one in chat. Every religion claims to have objective morality. My little darling, you do not have objective morality. It's simply making the claim that objective morality exists. Mm. Mm. See how, like I said, the atheist kind of shoots himself in the foot then? It's like, oh, fuck. Well, if all these different religions are claiming that there is objective morality, you know what I'm saying? And then we do the whole conversation about, like, what is morality? What is meaning? What does meaning mean? Will, can you tell us what meaning means? I forgot. You know? What does it mean, Will? And what happens when one is demoralized? What do they lose? I'm just asking questions.
how do you know they're good? It's because you're appealing to a moral authority above just the secular material realm, one that is transcendent, we would believe, given by God.
Well, I don't believe in objective morality. I do know there are plenty of atheists who are moral objectivists.
Are you an atheist? Sorry to interrupt. But
Oh, yeah. I
okay,
am. I
cool.
believe
So
that.
let me just, can I ask you a question? And I know this is your first time at the mic, so I'm just going to try to be tender in doing this.
Okay, appreciate
so
that.
you don't believe in objective morality, right?
I personally don't.
Okay. Was the Holocaust a
Yeah, but what is significance? Meaning is an idea, intent, or value that a word, sign, or action communicates or represents. I need like more than just a Google definition. Why is meaning important? Why do we ask for meanings of things? You see, Steelborn. I'll let you play with Steelborn first. I'll let you play with Steelborn because we got to get through the content. We got to get through the videos. You know what I'm saying? Play with Steelborn for a little bit. Let Steelborn play with you a little bit. But ask yourself that question: Why ought? You know, like what's the importance of importance? You know, why is importance important? You know.
objectively wrong?
Objectively, no, but it'd been better if it didn't happen because most people wouldn't want that to happen.
So that's where we.
Oh, bro.
That's where we are on.
Oh, bro. Oh, no. Not the democracy argument. Not the democracy argument. Oh, no. I hate when Americans like do this whole thing of like, well, the majority of the people have decided this, so then it's just, that's not how America was founded. If anything, America was founded on the principle of like the tyranny of the majority. You know what I'm saying? And this is where it's like, if you're able to get them to a point where you can show them, it's like, you believe that like we should fight back against the tyranny of the majority, but now you're also saying it's like, well, whatever the majority agrees is moral, that makes it moral. Oh my God, man. Ah, man. This is why I have on the Ko-Fi page, ladies and gentlemen. Right? I have on the Ko-Fi page just to do a little bit of Just do a little bit of self-plug here. I have a goal set up on the Ko-Fi, ladies and gentlemen. We're 1% of the goal through the goal of $1 million for Trump's gold card. Become an American citizen. Like I said, I'm sick and tired of seeing these Americans say bullshit shit. You know what I mean? So like I said, if you want your boy to get the Trump gold card, please use the Ko-Fi link. It should be pinned in chat. Get your boy to America. You know what I mean? We got to sort this shit out. You know? Shameless self plug, as they say, you know.
On different planets. And that's okay. I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm trying to be graceful in the way that we're going about this. Do you think Hitler was objectively evil?
No, because it's subjective.
But I just hope all of you guys
shit.
understand.
Oh shit! He bit the bullet. He bit the bullet. You know what I'm saying?
What? What? Are you fucking kidding me? That's your argument?
God damn. We can just throw people in the oven. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, what? What? Let's hear about. Let's play that back once again.
In the way that we're going about this. Do you think Hitler was objectively evil?
No, because it's subjective.
But I just hope all of you guys understand he's being an honest atheist to your credit, because as an atheist, you're not allowed to say anything is objectively right or wrong. I come from a worldview that when you butcher 6 million people, that is objectively wrong no matter what. And it's very important. It's a very important truth claim, because when you do not have objective truth anchoring your society, then it becomes a power struggle. If you do not have truth, then power will reign. Whoever can get the most amount of power then ends up having the most amount of say over society. We believe what is objectively right, true, good, and beautiful should be transcendent over society. Your thoughts?
So do you believe objective morality specifically comes from the Bible?
Yes and no. It's in nature, and the Bible explains nature. So objective morality can be discovered in many different cultures and societies, pointing towards what we believe is the ultimate objective truth, Jesus Christ. C.S. Lewis explained this the best in his book Abolition of Man, which is that almost every religion talks about a certain way to live, a Tao or a path that we should be on. And so more simply than just the Bible, we believe in what the founders believed, which is an ethical monotheism, that there is one God. He has a general way that he wants you to live. For example, murdering is bad, kidnapping is wrong, defense of the innocent, and we should do our best to try to live alongside of that path.
Okay, well, I think those are very interesting examples. You bring up the founders, you bring up Hitler, but Hitler was a self-proclaimed Catholic, and he called Nazism a Christian movement.
Yeah, I would be careful saying that. He was not. That's okay.
He called himself a Catholic. He specifically said in 1927, our movement is Christian. They had on the belt buckles God on our side.
Yeah,
they had to swear to the Almighty God. Atheists were not trusted to be in the SS.
Even if I grant you that, despite the fact that he killed a lot of pastors and priests, and there, of course, you can pervert things in the name of God. No one denounces that.
I know, stillborn. I know, this is where I'd interject, and I'd be like, well, technically, on a technicality, 40,000 concentration camps, you know, only 5 death camps, the math ain't mathin', you know, this whole thing of like, well, if Britain hadn't declared war on Germany and bombed Germany first, would the deportation efforts resulted in such a thing? Etc., etc. Let's take a look at the Bolsheviks and what they were doing right off the rip. Yeah, I'm just saying, the L. Adolf example is no longer so clear cut now that people actually understand exactly what went, or let's say, people have kind of gotten the receipts in line and all this kind of shit. But let's point to like some like serial killer. That's why, like, you always got to keep it kind of like generic in the sense of like a serial killer. I mean, are they objectively wrong? You know what I mean? Are they objectively immoral? You know what I mean? And this is where it's like, wait, where did Will go? Oh, the inherent value. Oh, we're just granting ourselves inherent value. Okay. I wish I could just grant stuff. That'd be cool. I just grant myself that morality is objective. There you go. Simples. The other one hit them with the, yeah, what is knowledge? Oof. He's not having a good time. Yeah. He's not having a good time. You know? But, like I was pointing back to, it's like this whole thing when we point to something being immoral, we can demonstrate it's immoral Because like when we use the serial killer example, then what does life even mean at that point of view if you're just saying it's okay for this dude to just kill another dude? Why ought we not kill you? Well, life is valuable. Life has meaning. Oh, life has significance, to use Will's term. There is value to life. That's why we ought not kill or ought not murder. See what I'm saying? Morality, meaning. Like, I'm not trolling. Like, a lot of people think that, like, I troll when I do, what does word mean? Because that's how I literally got there. For, at least for me. You know what I mean? John 1:1, like, in the beginning was the word, you know? Because remember, like, I talked about the ancient Greeks. Like, in the Greek, it says logos. You know what I mean? And then that's how I was like, oh, shit. Like, I remember something about word that the Christians would talk about and logos and oh shit, like meaning itself. Oh shit, like meaning is like the important. Oh my god, meaning is significance. Meaning is importance. Meaning is value. And the relationship between what the actual symbols that we use, like the letters on this kind of stuff, it is tying it to something that is objective, that something is real. Oh fuck. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, morality just clicked for me. Where I was like, yes, it's immoral to murder someone because you're literally killing meaning. Life becomes meaningless because then we can just all just like kill each other and all this kind of shit. What would life even mean at that point of view? You know what I mean? And then from that, like you have like this whole like what they grant themselves with the rights. You know, that's the insane thing, Steelborn. You know? Why ought you do it's my right to do so? Well, what do rights even mean? You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Just as a side note, though, far more people died under the banner of atheism than Christianity in the 20th century. Mao was an atheist.
Remember, folks, you can't be a communist and atheist at the same time. You know? Derek, what brought me to Christianity was Jim Bob's argument. Truth is a who, not a what. Yeah, that threw me for a whole loop. I was like, why does it have to be a person? You know? And then I think I was talking to Rex when that finally clicked. You know what I mean? So meaning of meaning is life. He's back. He's back, Steelborn. Why didn't you answer Steelborn's question, Will? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like this whole thing of like the atheist or leftist whole thing is I'm just going to pretend not to understand what you're saying, so then it makes dialogue impossible. You know? It is what it is. You're making a lot of sense. Truthophobics will call you a troll. Exactly. You know? Ah, that's my boy. That's my boy, Steelborn. Back at it again.
My fucking man! No, I didn't.
What is knowledge and how do we know things? Oh, yeah, we're just fascists. We're just fascists, bro. Oh my god. Oh, it's
atheist. Stalin was an atheist. Pol Pot was an atheist. Believing in no God actually led to the destruction and the murder of well over 100 million people. And that's fine. So, again, if atheists want to come alongside us as conservatives and fight for what is good, that is great. But I will never acknowledge that atheists can tell me what is objectively good. They can only give me a preference. They cannot tell me what is right. And preferences eventually will lead you towards moral and societal decline.
Okay, so I think you just listed a bunch of communists, and it's worth acknowledging the vast majority of atheists are not communists, just like the vast majority of Christians are not theocrats who don't support the divine right. It's also worth acknowledging that the founders were actually inspired by Enlightenment values, not by the Bible. America was founded as a secular nation. We were the first, quote-unquote, godless constitution.
this thing, like he's saying, like, oh, Enlightenment values. Yeah, but like if and this is why, like, when it defaults down to like your preferences, the whole like my preferences meme, like, well, why is your preference valuable? What are you going to point to when you try to prove that your preference is valued or ought be valued or ought be followed? going to point to some sort of objective argumentation, something that exists with outside yourself. You know what I'm saying? Oh, lordy lord. This is poetry right here. This is poetry. And this, like I said, this is why they went after him.
Yeah, again, I've done this so many times, so I don't know if we want to waste our time doing this, but 55 out of 56 of the signers of the Declaration were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians. 9 out of 13 of the states at the time of ratification required a declaration of faith in order for you to serve in the states. Our birth certificate, which is the Mayflower Compact, said explicitly, we are here to spread Christianity throughout the land. It was the first great revival that led to the American Revolution of Jonathan Edwards and Jonathan Mayhew and George Whitefield that preached all across the...
Oh, man, this is a thing of beauty. It's just like boom, boom, boom. It's like a machine gun, just like truth bomb, truth bomb, truth bomb. Ah, this is poetry right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is poetry.
Eastern Seaboard. John Adams famously said the Constitution is written solely for a moral and religious people. It's wholly inadequate for the people of any other. We were a Christian nation that was able to embrace the idea of a free society. God is mentioned 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. Not only that, Jesus Christ is mentioned in the Declaration of Independence, where it says we appeal to the divine judge of the universe, which of course is a direct appeal to Jesus in the book of Revelation. Yes, there were rationalist Enlightenment values that informed some of the founders, but it irrefutably was a Christian nation. Maryland was Catholic. Pennsylvania was Quaker. Almost every state had their own specific type of Christian preference. The idea of an atheist or not believing in any God was an idea that was so foreign to the founders. Even Thomas Jefferson, the great deist, he revered the Bible, albeit with some significant edits. However, the idea of believing in no cosmological or no axiological or no teleological or no ontological being would be a concept that our founding fathers would not just find foreign, they would find it extraordinarily dangerous. Why? Because the French Revolution was happening simultaneously as the American Revolution, which was explicitly atheist. They actually recreated their own gods and they said, we are going to appeal to what? The God of reason. And this is my final contention, is that when I talk to atheists, the French Revolution is a great example. They literally tried to change the Gregorian calendar to a 10-day week. They went and imprisoned people of faith. They put priests in jail, all these different sorts of things. And they said, we are going to appeal to the God of reason. Well, how did that work out? It worked out with the guillotine and the slaughter of tens of thousands of people. The French Revolution was one of the greatest disasters in human recorded history. Contrast that with the American Revolution. Why did the American Revolution create the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world? And the French Revolution resulted in a lot of blood and even the killing of their own once leader, Maximilien Robespierre. It's because we were anchored on Christian ideas. If you are not anchored on Christian ideas, then don't be surprised when all of a sudden there is no fruit to the harvest that you're trying to create. Thank you for your time. I want to try to get to the next question. Thank you.
Bellissimo. Bellissimo.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Let's get on to the next one. Don't tread on me. Don't you tread on me. You know what I'm saying? I wish I remembered stuff like Charlie did. I forgot why I went into the kitchen. Hey, like I said, man, like people, people kind of like getting that kind of like mindset of, like trying to compare yourself to someone else. But all you can read, or all you should be really doing is like comparing yourself to yourself. You know what I mean? Because no two people are the same. No two people are equal. This is why like feminism and egalitarianism is just complete bullshit. The whole concept on face value. And even in terms of the roots, is just complete bullshit. Because not even two women are equal, let alone a man and a woman. You know what I mean? So it's like all you can really do is just compare yourself to yourself. And in terms of the one thing that I've noticed, at least, like going carnivore and all this kind of stuff, like I used to have like shit tons of brain fog. I'd be going downstairs and just forgetting why I went downstairs and all this kind of shit. Getting that protein and switching from using carbohydrates as energy to fat as energy, that cures a lot of it. I'm telling you. You have to check out the Discord as well. Another war for Israel says French Revolution when the Jays and Masons took power over the Catholic Church, when they cut the Catholic king's head off. They still occupy it. They forced liberal Vatican II. I don't know about that. I'm not saying that like I'm skeptical or whatever. I genuinely don't know. BB says, I'm proud of you recalling Charlie Kirk memories when most are debating rubbish. Well done, Yak. Hey, appreciate it, BB. Appreciate you. Like I said, because I wanted to get away from just like reading the Bible. I wanted to see the Bible in practice. And who better to represent that than Charlie? Charlie was, like we just seen, ladies and gentlemen, like we just seen. Need I say any more? You know what I mean? So like I said, there's a lot of changes coming up. You know what I mean? So let's get it. Let's get it. Next clip. This is the key title. This is where we got the title to the stream. Charlie Kirk answers college student on why Christianity is true, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it.
But then why is your truth the truth?
Yeah, probably the number one question Christians get is why is Christianity true? Check this out.
Has to be, right? And your argument is God provides us that truth through the Bible. But then why is your truth the truth?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So, because through
the truth isn't mine. The truth simply is. And it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Both reason and revelation, though. So God gives us both. Revelation, of course, is the scriptures. Reason is our ability to interact with the natural world to see if the scriptures are actually true. So why is Christianity true? Well, first, let's just test the 10 Commandments. If you follow the 10 Commandments, your life will be objectively better and your society will be objectively better, right? I mean, not killing, not murdering, not stealing, honoring your parents, not having anything above the idea of a sovereign God, right? Resting for one day a week, not lying. These are things that we can all agree, like, okay, that's a good way to build society. But let me just one thing. The two miracles that Christianity hinges upon is creation, which I think you're almost there-ish, that there was a beginning to everything. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And then the resurrection. And the resurrection is the greatest, most documented miracle in human history. And we believe, of course, it to be true. It defies every other historical explanation so in order for an atheist to be able to wrestle with the resurrection, you must answer, who is Jesus Christ? Okay, what happened to his body? Why did all of his followers die a death voluntarily afterwards? Why were all the original witnesses women, which in the old world you never would have had women witnesses, right? A lot of misogyny back then. Why did we have all these people that from the first threshold, the second threshold, eyewitnesses say that Jesus Christ rose from the dead? So all of this, canon, and I don't expect you to believe it, is hinging on that one event. So it's not about Jonah the whale, it's not about parting the Red Sea, it's creation, resurrection, that's it. Yeah, and if those two things are true, everything else in the Bible can be true. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I agree that for an atheist to try to disprove theism, or at least Christianity, it would be almost impossible to say, why would people die to say, Jesus died on the cross for me and I saw it. Why would I admit, I'm from your perspective, why would I admit, yeah, I saw him die and rise from the dead.
Well, no, yeah, for example, and so again, the answer people would give is like the Jonestown cult, that people can do really crazy stuff if they're convinced by a certain leader. I'm not convinced by that argument. But for example, like James, the half-brother of Jesus, Paul, who had no reason whatsoever, formerly Saul, persecuted Jews, led a great life, converted to Christianity, died a terrible death in prison, from the upside-down resurrection of Thomas. Like, these people had no reason to die the way they did, yet they saw something that compelled them to all of a sudden put everything on the line, which was the belief that Jesus rose from the dead. Now, this is what's crazy. The Romans gave them an opportunity saying, you can believe in Jesus, you just can't say he rose from the dead. They said, no, I refuse to give an inch on that. And so there's something there so powerful that it inspired an early church across an entire region and religion that swept the world. And so that's enough for me to believe that it's true.
Yeah.
Not to mention we have actually if you count Acts, 5 different eyewitness accounts, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and then Acts, of different perspectives of this one singular event. And then we have Josephus, and then we have the second and third rate historians that say that something happened in this region at that time. And then also, I don't expect you to be persuaded by this, but accepting Jesus into my life changed everything for me. It changes your perspective, changes your worldview, changes who you are from within, and it gives you purpose that nothing else can explain.
That is one of the most powerful pieces of his.
Gives you purpose, gives you value, significance, and it just completely shifts your whole perspective. You know what I mean? Truth is a who, not a what. You're telling me Instead of it is what it is. He is what he is. No, it's not what. He is. Or did this be is? Where are we going with this one, Stillborn? Where are we going with it? Who ordered the Knights Templars' extinction, more or less? Those founding fathers were Masons as well. This is kind of hard to watch. I mean, I love it, but just knowing that this is what he was KO for, and probably a lot of these people he talked to probably cheered it. Sad and crazy. We've seen all the videos, man. And the hundreds of thousands of shares and likes and all this kind of shit. Which means these motherfuckers, they might say now, oh, well, I didn't agree with what Tyler Robinson did. But you cheered it on. You liked those videos. You subscribed. You fucking shared those videos of those people dancing. So the only difference between those people in the videos and those people who shared and liked those videos, you don't even have the courage to stand by what they actually believe, you know? And that's what Charlie was pointing in terms of the apostles. Why they willingly went to the cross or to their executions. Because the truth is that powerful. And it's not your truth or my truth, it's the truth, you know? Charlie equals correlation causation machine. See, he runs away from Steelborn. You know what I'm saying? He runs away from Steelborn and then he comes back in just to try, you know? Will was one of those dudes. You know? They're like decayed from the inside. They have no meaning. You know? And like this is the whole thing of like, it's even mentioned in the Bible. Like, just think about this. In order to trigger an atheist, you don't have to like, you know, counter their arguments or whatever. All you have to do is like talk about Jesus, and they literally like it's a demonic reaction that they have. They freak the fuck out, and it's like this whole thing that's like, you know, all you have to do is mention Christ, mention Jesus, and the demons come out. That's one thing we need to do one of those studies on, boys. You know what I mean? The where they say is like, where's your study? Let's just like measure how angry atheists get when you just talk about Jesus. You know? Objective truth's exactly crazy. You know? Bellissimo. Bellissimo. People will die for a lie, but people won't die for something they know is a lie. Buddha didn't do that shit. You know? Early church equals Catholics. Nope. Early church equals Orthodox. Yeah, like that's the whole thing. Because like Catholic means like universal. Right? So it's like this whole thing in terms of like the naming convention and stuff. Because a lot of people say, like I get it as well, like Stillborn, in terms of like, oh, like the first Christians in Ireland was Catholics. And it's like, no, it was Orthodox. What we call them modern day Catholics is not what was first in Ireland. What was first in Ireland was Orthodox. You know? And like that's the kind of like key question that I'm kind of like being confronted with. Where I'm like, instead of convert to Orthodoxy, why don't I just like convert? Like, why don't we kind of rally together and then like push like the Vatican or Rome to reunite with Orthodox? You know? He is whom he is. Bellissimo. Bellissimo, Dave. Jeff's kiss.
My fucking man! No, I didn't.
The way, the truth, the life, baby. The way, the truth, the life. Thought it froze then, but I saw smoke. Said we get profound when we get theological, you know? Are you Nigerian, Yak? Do you know the way? Do you know the way? The only way to the Father is it was Jesus who said, the only way to the Father is through me. Do you know the way? Do you know the way? Nick's busting out the Greek. Mama. 1517, 1717, 1917, Protestant Reformation, official beginning of anti-Catholic Freemasonry and the Bolshevik Revolution that led to World War II. Masons and Jews won. 2117 will probably suck. What about 2017? What happened in 2017? Or 1817? Or 1617? Why are we skipping? The only apology I'll accept from them is when they bow their knees to God. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. One of Jay's recent debates using ortho and doxa. Catholu, ortho, doxa. Facts. And then even the like all these like medical terms that we have. Like they all come from they're all Greek words, you know? Even the side that like hypotenuse or no, what is it? Hypothetical is definitely one, but then there's another one. Like they're all like Greek words, you know? Crazy 1045. 1054. Orthodox, didn't they used to be Christian? Modern Catholics are papists. St. Patrick was Orthodox. Precisely, stillborn. Precisely. True. Orthodox means correct in belief. Like the one true way, I think, is like the translation. They were said to be the same for the first 1,000 years until 1054. Mama. There Christ said to Moses, I am that I am. He is whom he is. He is whom he is. Because like they even have the concept of am. You know, like I am Teriak. He is stillborn, right? To have that concept of am, there must necessarily be being. Okay? And what is being? It is unchanging. So what is the ultimate form of being? The ultimate being? God. So the fact that we even have the concept of being necessitates God. And then Steelborn can give you the whole tag argument and all this kind of stuff, but they go, oh, you're presuping. You know? And then they just grant themselves all the fucking everything they need, you know? Every 200. Why 200? Why not 300? Why not 400? I suppose 400 would include 200. It's sure if this is true, but I heard or read somewhere that the oldest copy or book, I can't remember, was found in Nigeria, I believe. You talking about the Bible? Because pretty sure it's Ethiopia, maybe? Or it's the Dead Sea Scrolls? I'm not 100%. I'm not 100%. Childhood fantasy is reunification when Pope JP II reposed. Then you read later into after/high school, the Fourth Crusade and the Papal heresies. Danny, man. Peace be with us all. In nomine Patre, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Based. Chatter King. We got Truth coming in with the $5. Says a fun study stream would be learning Greek. What can I say? I don't know anything about Greek, but appreciate you kindly. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Maybe, yeah, that's what I saw as well, crazy. I think it's Ethiopia. And like that's the one thing as well. And Bob from Speaker's Corner goes on like a massive epic, there's like an epic video of it where like dude's like, your white man's religion, you know, or European religion. And then like Bob's like, no, no, no. You see my Christianity, you know, and he's like, he does this whole thing. Oh, it's beautiful. You know, it didn't originate in Europe. Motherfuckers don't even know geography, you know? The other was like, damn it, Teriak. I was trying to stay away out of apologetics and debating atheists. Now I'm back, baby. Come at me, atheists. Come at me. Are we doing Gamatria now? I think so. I think so. Like number 200 means something or some shit like that. I don't know. I don't know. It is what it is. And we got Truth coming in with another $2. Says, I can help. I took 2 semesters off it. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. No, it's the Codex Venaticus. I think that's correct. It's an Orthodox country, pretty sure. I'm not 100%, but let's get through this video, and then we'll go on the Griff Break, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're only a couple of videos. I thought we were going to need a lot more videos of this, but like I said, man, Charlie Kirk, a lot of profundity.
Historical evidence, the fact that so many people gave their lives for this random Jewish guy from Nazareth in the midst of the Roman Empire, in the midst of crazy things happening. Here comes this guy from an unknown family, right, and rises up and starts performing miracles and preaching and doing things very against the grain, and then killed like so many other people trying to start a movement, and yet he rises and appears to his followers. Why on earth would you die for a lie? Remember, these apostles went out and proclaimed that he was alive. Why would they do it knowing that they're probably going to die? And then why would it continue to spread like wildfire? There is documentation of people writing from the first few centuries of miracles taking place after the apostles. Not just the book of Acts, but I'm talking about hundreds of years later, miracles happening at the preaching of the word of God and during these church services. And then we see the Roman Empire coming to Christianity to a certain degree. How did that happen? There are a lot of questions out there, and people want to know, why should I follow Jesus? I'm going to tell you something. If you will seek Jesus, you will get answers. If you will humble yourself, you will get answers. I've had to ask a lot of questions, and I've had to be open to correction because, man, I had a lot of crazy beliefs. But as I kept searching, as I kept looking, as I kept reading and opening my heart to the truth, Jesus kept coming and filling me to the point now where I know Jesus Christ is the Son of God. He's the Savior of the world. In a crazy world with like alien stuff.
Like this is the thing as well. This is very much a similar kind of path that I went down. You've all seen it. I've literally like fucking live streamed like my, not to get too fucking hippy dippy, but like my journey. This like I've live streamed. I've made the mistakes. Live on air, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we have the whole Tylenol meme. Speaking of which, the unofficial sponsor of the show, shout out to
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
You know what I'm saying? Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol, okay? I've made the mistakes. But and it's like the atheists will sit there. It's like, well, I'm a critical thinker. I'm a skeptic, bro. I'm a skeptic, you know. And then like you're sitting there kind of going, but are you not skeptical of skepticism? Why aren't you skeptical of skepticism? You know. And a lot of people kind of going, Teriak, that's retarded. And it's like, exactly. It's not, no, it's not even retarded. It's actually it's like not even full retard. It's transcending full retard. It's beyond full retard, right? And just explaining to all the folks in the back and all this kind of stuff for anyone who's like, okay, Tarek's literally lost his mind at the stage. What I'm pointing to is like this Agrippa's trilemma. Like that's like ultra skepticism, where it's like we can't even be certain of anything. You know what I mean? Because of Agrippa's trilemma or Munchausen's trilemma or whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? So it's like that's what happens when you reach. That's what happens when you be skeptical of skepticism. Are you skeptical of Munchausen's trilemma? And if you're not skeptical of Munchausen's trilemma, then are you skeptical? It's a divide by zero error. Funny how that works. Funny how that works. You know what I mean? But they never actually, they never get there. You know what I mean? Even when you point them to it, you know? They also don't know why white Jesus is from an artist that also made Asian Jesus, black Jesus. Yeah, exactly. They cuss my Irish Catholic ass as much as they do the atheists. I'm out. No, trust me, bro, the Orthodox, like I said, man, they know their shit. And they're genuinely good people. Genuinely good people. And it's the Orthodox who fucking set me on the straight and narrow. And that's why I'm kind of saying, I can agree with the Orthodox, but also remain Catholic with the intention to speak out against the Pope as a Catholic. With the hopes that the Catholic Church will come home to the Orthodox Church. Wouldn't that be something if the Vatican actually became Orthodox? That we brought back, man. I'm there's so many kind of things in my head where it's like, imagine if Ireland could be united, become one country, but then unites with our brothers, essentially, brothers and sisters. And then I'm like, okay, what if the fucking Vatican done the same thing? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Because then, once you resolve that schism, then the Protestants no longer have a foot to stand on. When you think about it, A man can dream, can't he? A man can dream. Ethiopia Orthodox Christians are in schism. They aren't in communion with the Orthodox Church. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. Can we resolve the schisms? I might be simple, but it was Jesus. He couldn't be any color and speak any language he felt needed. Or he could. Yeah, 100%. No, they're not. They include Enoch. Yeah. Derek, if you're interested, there is a great short video about the life of St. Ignace of Antioch. One of the first martyrs. He personally met Jesus as a child. He was killed by the Romans. That name's come up before. We have the thing where it's only the mods can drop the link. But post in Discord, I'll check it out. Ethiopian Orthodox are non-communion. 100%. Live a very interesting life. Let's be team full hat. 1 sec. Let me skip forward in the chat because the chat is on fire tonight. Let me see. Patriarch of Alexandria. Wait, no, sorry. I read this one and I highlighted the wrong one. Sorry. I do apologize. I know I may have to switch over if they keep putting those Muslim prayer areas in. That's what I'm saying. That could we use this travesties kind of say and make this as the argument where it's you have the Pope now saying that, oh, well, the Muslims believe in the same God as us. What happens if enough Vaticans, oh my God. What happens if enough cardinals stand against the Vatican? And if that were to be the case, what would they revert back to? It would have to be Orthodox. But this is what I'm saying, Steelborn. I don't want just the Catholics to just convert to the Orthodox. I want the Vatican to become Orthodox. You get what I'm saying? I'm not explaining it the way it should be explained. Don't get me wrong. Like this is like a recent thought that's kind of sparked in my head. But like, what if, the Vatican was Orthodox or became Orthodox or reverted back to Orthodox? I'm not using the right words. Like I said, this is like, yeah, never go full retard. Hey, I tried to tell you all, okay? My mom took Tylenol, okay? But a man can dream, can't he? A Tylenol baby can dream, Who doesn't want that unification? Same people that occupy, oh my God, we're still doing the Jaceberg thing. Semantics on label, liturgical, patristically requires Orthodox term to be used against heresies. Roman Catholic is only 1 out of 5 of the whole universal church. Already mentioned Alexandria. Crazy like, good luck, leprechaun. Good luck, Tylenol, baby. The man can dream, crazy. Can't the man dream? Let's finish out the video and we go on the grift break.
And like scientific happenings and whatever else is going on, AI advancements, my faith is only growing in the reality that Jesus is coming back. That this man who died 2,000 years ago and rose again is coming back to rule and reign on this earth. I'm not trusting in an ideology or just a religion. I'm trusting in an actual individual, in Jesus, who I believe was God in the flesh. And I want to encourage all of you guys out there, whether you're Christian or not, to simply seek and be open to who God is. Because there's a lot of Christians out there that don't have the right belief system concerning the Lord. They don't have the right theology and doctrine. And that's okay as long as you're humble and open to receiving correction by the Holy Spirit. For anybody out there, I encourage you to read the New Testament every single day and pray to God throughout your day. Don't just pray to God one time and that's it. I'm talking about praying to God throughout the day and then having a time where you read the Bible, specifically the New Testament, and you ask questions to the Lord and say, Lord, I want to know answers. I want to seek the truth. I want to know who you truly are. As we learn to develop this walk with God, our lives grow in faith, and it's pretty amazing. It can be very difficult as you're starting off. I know for me, it's been over 10 years, and it's only increased every single year as I keep Jesus the focus of my life. But hey, I'll see.
I get where he's going with it, but I don't know, man. A lot of this stuff can kind of go down the same route as like Nala Ray, and then all of a sudden, like, they're inviting people on saying that like they can fucking commune with spirits and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And by the way, Steelborn, right? 100% on this. 110% I'd even argue. You know what I'm saying? Even Shadow King's saying, yeah. You know what I mean? But just to cap off the video as well, it's like, do they not want you praying? Because like this is what I think about the current like setup with like the whole 9 to 5 like grind or the rat race, as it's called, and all this kind of stuff. Like people don't have any time to think. And then like when you're praying, it's like you're actively thinking. You know what I mean? You have intentionality. You're taking that moment to pause and not just, be a cog in a wheel, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? And then you get into the statistic of like couples who pray together stay together, But that video that you linked me, Steelborn, is fucking 27 minutes long. Holy. All right, we'll get to it if we get to it. Like I said, I got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got another 8 videos to get through as well. So I don't know if we're going to get there at least this week. But like I said, I'm running with the new format where we're going to be reviewing videos like theological videos. So either it's like, Charlie Kirk or like anyone kind of like Charlie or just like a Christian versus atheist kind of like videos and all this kind of stuff in future and stuff. Because like I said, it's going to take a while to get into the whole, like panel hopping kind of like idea that I'm working on and all this kind of stuff, as well as, like I said, the new kind of like assets for the streams, the backdrops, the thing and all this kind of stuff. Oh, okay. Like I said, my bad. Mea culpa on my end. You know what I'm saying? I pray walking in my driveway, thanking him because I can. based, crazy, based. You know what I mean? I'll stand side by side with Catholics against anyone, everyone else. In my view, Catholics are my red-headed stepbrothers. My man, my man. Like I said, I got my Christian. I got my Celtic crucifix on the way. I think it's gonna be next week. I think it was delayed or something like that. So I have that like coming as well. Can't wait to show you that. Do you live stream at certain times or whenever times? I have a schedule, but typically, like if Easy's live, I'll wait for Easy to end and then I'll go live. But it's like, roughly speaking, my typical schedule is in and around midnight Eastern Standard Time. And I understand that's very difficult for a lot of, it's kind of like an awkward kind of thing. But if Easy goes later, then like obviously I'll be pushing it back. And then if Easy's not even going live, then I'll kind of push it forward. But that has been a typical comment people say, where it's like getting into kind of a rigid structure of that. But the advantage, I guess, for like the time slot that I do have is it does tend to suit a lot of Europeans because it's like it's basically like a morning show for them, you know? And then the Australians, I think, are like 12 hours ahead or something like that from us. So it's kind of like they're always upside down, essentially. You know what I mean? UK here, so time will do. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So I'm talking about, baby. So I'm talking about. And I not man saying, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And all this kind of stuff. And what's the other one I read up, man? It is what it is, or the brand new one. He is whom he is. Beautiful. Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a quick grift break. Okay, so now is the time. I'll play the clips as well. I'll play the clips. I don't know what you heard.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free. It is fan funded. So if he's got any spare change in the coinage, it's always appreciated, never accepted. But no, sorry, it is always accepted. Sorry, it's never appreciated, never expected, but always appreciated, ladies and gentlemen. So, like I said, if you've got any spare coinage, every little helps to help a wee little leprechaun, you know what I'm saying? Help fill the pot of gold, you know what I mean? Help fill the pot of gold. And if you don't have any coinage, that's no worries at all. And now like and a sub, and I'll share to the friends and the family and all this kind of stuff. That always helps as well. With the algorithms and all that kind of stuff. And if you don't got any, if you're already liked and subbed to the stream and you don't got any spare coinage as well, well, like take this time to fill the cups, empty the bladders, get the old stretching going. You know what I mean? Get the blood pumping, circulation going. And other than that, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be right back. Enjoy the music.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Teriak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Dublin when next arrived. I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality. Me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind. No bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while I'm for the road, they said me Connaught brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terria. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. Went off holy head, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, sore I was a hobbling. With the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. Now with me little leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Terrier leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock.
Yeehaw! Sugar! Well, I'm a little old leprechaun, 5 foot nothing in green. Got a rainbow for on me and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the goal's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer. Drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor Sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing all rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have Leafy Grift 6 miles. I got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a country five god. with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. Now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griffiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Kinky, fill me full.
Yeehaw, folks! Again, shout out to Dolly Parton. She's just passed, I believe she was 80 years of age. A long and healthy life, ladies and gentlemen. Long and healthy life. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you. Also, shout out to Steelborn for the $10, says all the way to Grifton. My man. My man. Let me give you a short and clear for that one. You remind me of what I really Are we having fun? Yeah, folks. Are we having fun? Because, important to have fun. Important to have fun. You know? Exactly. She had a very good life. Yes, she did. My man. Cough, cough, cough. I'll hit that note one day. It's a hard note to hit. It's a damn hard note to hit, boys. Hair is all over the place. I forgot to comb my hair after I got out of the shower. I got like bits sticking up and everything. I'm trying to look correct here. I'm trying to look proper. I'm trying to look legit, as they say. You know what I mean? Professional. Want to be setting a good standard for the boys, so to speak. But yeah, I am only going to be doing roughly another 2 hours because I was downstairs filling up the old tin can, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? And I was looking at those eggs. I still haven't eaten yet so far today. Been over 24 hours fasting. I need to break my fast. I was looking at for the next couple of weeks. I'm on the old steak and eggs. I was like, I was doing me shopping. I was looking at the groceries and I was picking out the typical things. So what I usually do is I get the old ground beef, eggs, and cheddar cheese, and the butter, of course. I was looking at it. I was like, might as well treat myself. Might as well treat myself for the next couple of weeks. So then I took out the ground beef, took out the cheese. I was like, whack in some ribeye steaks there, baby. You know what I mean? Steak and eggs for the next couple of weeks. And like I was saying, I was filling up the tin can and I was just looking at the eggs. I was like, oof. Your boy's hungry. Your boy wants to break that fast. He wants that breakfast. How would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast this morning? I'd feel hungry. And I am feeling hungry, So Like I said, we're not gonna be doing the typical 6 hours. That was another thing I was looking at as well. Is like, should I be doing 6 hour streams? Because in terms of like the rewatch, because if 2 hour stream, maybe a 3 hour stream, they're more inclined to click into it. Particularly because you think about like your Joe Rogan podcast and all this kind of stuff. And it also, I think, like adds a bit more kind of importance into like what I'm doing and kind of sticking to like an actual structure to a show. I've started kind of like big and I'm slowly kind of like focusing on more of the minute kind of like details. So I'm kind of like the main concern now is the big picture in terms of like actually formatting or laying out like the like show structures or schedule structure, but then actually then fine tuning in terms of the show. That's probably going to be the most difficult one because when you're doing like 6 hours or even more than 6 hours, you always have that luxury of kind of saying, "Oh, we'll just go a little bit extra today." But when the show is 4 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, or an hour, you're kind of the pressure's a bit more on to get through the stuff that you want to, 3 to 4 hours is a decent amount of time. Yeah, you know. I'm in EST time zone. You normally start at 3 to 4 a.m. Actually, no, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. Where did I get midnight from? Wait, is it California time? Yeah, I think that must be it. It's California that I start midnight. But New York, it would be 3 or 4. Yeah. Good point. Good point, Crazy. Thanks for holding me responsible or accountable. You just need to start, even if Easy's on, except maybe on VK Day. I'm here. I'll not lie to you. My man. Shout out to Crazy. See, I've thought about that, but I don't want people having to choose who they're watching, and then also I don't want people missing out on kind of like the introduction, because typically what I've gotten into the habit of doing is like the introduction is usually the kind of like updates, particularly like recently, like there's been a lot of updates, so Cali's -3, yeah, so it's West Coast time. I start at midnight and then about 3 a.m. East Coast. You start around 1 for me. I just don't sleep. You gotta get your sleep, Dave. Wait, are you a vampire, Dave? Is that what you're trying to tell us? I'm reading between the lines, I'm on my 20. Dave, you need to get some sleep, man. You need to get some sleep. Yak, stop playing clips. OS Steelborn or as Steelborn. Or is that Ask Steelborn? Or off? Is it off Steelborn? Stop playing clips off Steelborn. Oh, because you've done the Shredding clip. Oh, okay. I got there eventually, folks. Like I said, I need my steak and eggs. I need to get my beautiful fats into me. You know what I mean? My energy source. Energy's a bit low. I'm not gonna lie. Oh no, I'm on my 20th hour of my fast. Hey, shout out to Dave doing the intermittent fasting, baby. Shout outs to you, sir. But fuck, what was I talking about before this? Oh yeah, question for chat. How do you like your eggs? What way do you prefer to eat your eggs? How do you like your eggs in the morning? I like my way to kiss. We need to get back to that, man. That was such a good time. At least in terms of the media and the way it was represented and like what was in the media and all this kind of stuff. And just the aesthetic, like men wore suits. Like compare like one of these fucking like just compare Destiny to like a 1920s man. Not an important man, just a random fucker off the street. Compare a random fucker off the street in 1920s New York versus Destiny. They're like two different species, bro. You know what I mean? We need to get back to, and it's just such a good aesthetic. Like that's why, like, a key reason why I love the game, Bioshock 1 in particular. Obviously because it had like a beautiful story to it in terms of like, it was like the first kind of like game I played where it's like morality was a key part of the game, where it's like if you were moral, like that had impact over the game. With just that like general aesthetic, like everything was just like more detailed. It was like more purposeful. And one could say that like everybody like it was a better accent, you know. Over easy. So what does over easy mean? Is that where you basically you're frying the egg and then you flip it, and then it's sunny side up if you don't flip it? Let me know. Let me know. Fertilized. My man. Over easy. His mom took Tylenol. That is true. That is true. Scrambled. Interesting. Interesting. And some sausage. Bacon, maybe. Bacon. I like my eggs with no Tylenol. Agreed. Agreed. Even during the Great Depression. Exactly, crazy. Exactly. For the soup fund. My man, like I said. Speaking of which, Adam, also welcome in, Adam. Pull up a chair. I'll give you the shredding clip for that one. Welcome into the King, Adam. Welcome in, sir. I actually met Adam in the Bacon, had a pleasant conversations with him, you know. You know what I mean? Splash some Guinness in the egg mix. What are we doing? What are we doing? Like Irish eggs? Got a good ring to it. It's got a good ring to it, you know. Not bad, not bad. Run your YouTube analytics. Who is your audience, and tailor your time. There will always be an audience sent your way. See, like that's the thing, because like when I first like got into like this time slot, I was like, oh, like this is going to be rough. But there's been times where like I've started like, well, like, Easy's not gone live, and then like I've started kind of like in around this time anyways, and it still seems like there's a decent amount of people around to it too. So it's like, and like that's the thing about like the streaming. There's obviously like what they call like peak times, but it really depends on what your audience is, and like that was the kind of one thing, like that was the one thing in terms of when I was explaining like what I do to my cousins there like a couple of weeks back. They were kind of saying, "Wait, you get like you sleep during the day and then you get up at night. Like, how do you have an audience?" You know what I mean? And then I was kind of explaining to them that it's like, well, like my audience is basically American. Like that's the vast majority of like my audience, you know? And like that's the thing about streaming. It's like it really depends on your audience, you know? So food for thought, so to speak. Yeah, so a sec. Sunny side up is when you don't flip them, and then when you flip them, it's fuck. The chat's gone bonkers. It's after skipping. Yeah. Over easy. Yeah, over easy. Okay. Now I'm learning the lingo. You guys are teaching me the lingos. Thank you very kindly. I prefer mine sunny side up. Purely because I'm too because I put 4 eggs in the pan. So I'm like, if I try to flip this thing, it's just gonna end in a mess. You know, and I don't want to waste my eggs, you know? I fucking do sound like a lesbian, you know? I don't want to waste my eggs. I'm going to freeze my eggs. It is what it is. To the bread? Nah, man. You got to get on that. At least keto life. At least the keto life, you know? You got up, cleaned up, put the suit on, and get your ass to work. Exactly crazy. And even if you worked in a garage, you know, you'd be in a suit. It wouldn't be your Sunday best or whatever, but it's like it was kind of generally seen as like that's what people wore day to day. So I want that. That's why I've changed into and I've put the suit. Fuck, I forgot to get to go to Adam. I got like new shirts as well. These are shit shirts, right? These are like, you know, as if you see like with see the way I can pull up the shoulders on it and all this kind of stuff, and it just stays there. I look like I'm in I look like I'm in a 1980s hairband with this getup. You know what I mean? Look at the shoulders. The shoulders are all this. These are very cheap shirts. They cost me like $20. Essentially, these shirts, or €20. Right? I'm even getting Americanized by my audience, you know. But these are very cheap shirts, right? But I actually splurged a bit. Got my shirts. I think they should be arriving on Saturday. And I got the whole fitting thing. I thought like I should be getting slim fit, but I was putting the measurements into AI, and they were like, no, you need to get athletic because it's because my chest is like 38 inch, but then my waist is 30 inch, so I have to go for like the like I have to go even like more dramatic than like your slim fit shirts and all this kind of stuff. So that's why I fucked up with these. But even these are cheap, so you know what I mean. Just for anyone that's kind of, because there's been a couple of people who have said it to me. It's like, oh, I might actually, you know, start getting into, you know, like not what's the word? Not necessarily kind of like becoming like vain in their looks, but just, you know, starting to pay attention to kind of respectability. And this is what like Jordan Peterson. I know a lot of people don't like Jordan Peterson, you know. Oh, what do you mean? You know, but I think when he talks about suits, like he has that whole like thing where he talks about suits, it's a key thing in terms of like attention to detail and being able to put in effort. Like it takes effort to put on a suit. It's easy to just throw on, like, you know, you just grab like a random like t-shirt and bottoms out of the press and all this kind of stuff. But it takes that extra bit of effort to have the suit, you know, or to wear the suit, you know. Another thing is like facial hair. You go back to the 1920s, like all men like had some sort of facial hair. Not because like facial hair is more manly or whatever, purely because it requires maintenance. And that's a key thing in terms of like being a man is not that you're just able to provide, but you're able to maintain providing, you know? Maintenance, baby. Teriak, we got to go wreck some panels together one of these nights. My man. My man. That's actually not a bad idea, Stillborn. Gonna add that into the mix as well. We both just, you know, kind of say, right, this is the panel we're going, and then literally just invade it. Like the boys just rolling up, you know? Because it is like if you hop onto a panel and it's like 3v1 or 9v1 or whatever. But what I've noticed is that the atheist won't take multiple guests up at the same time. It'll always be they'll take one guy at a time and there'll be like 3 atheists on the panel. And you're like, I see what you're doing there. See what you're doing there. And it's fear. It's genuinely fear. You know? Sunny side, note, flip, over easy. Yeah, flip. Appreciate you, Blue. You're my boy, Blue. Nice Bob Fattar. Mama, I see you. Gotta represent, baby. You gotta represent, baby. Scrambled eggs with milk. Not bad, not bad. I have 3 very nice wool suits. My waist don't fit anymore. Sending to JS. I know he'll use them. JS, like when JS cleans up, like he's all seen him at the Bacon. That was a really nice suit. JS had a really nice suit. But the one thing I would say to people, especially if you're going to go the route that I took, where it's like I'm going to wear suits daily, is you want to make sure you're prioritized that it's machine washable. And then whatever way you can work it from there, in terms of the fabric you go for. Now, obviously, there's going to be limitations, but where it's like, I think like linen and wool are like best for breathability. Like there's a lot of stuff that you got to factor in terms of when you're scoping this out. But I just recommend you all kind of like just put the kind of like requirements, put your measurements in, put your requirements in. So like for example, if you're in Florida, like one sec, let me show. Oh, we've completely derailed the panel, but that's why I say like I'm going to slowly start kind of working towards getting like not doing the 6-hour streams or trying to push it so I kind of stick to the script, so to speak, in terms of like the show quality and all stuff. But you see the way that like the inside of this waistcoat is all like shiny, but the outside is not. That's what they call a lining, right? Now, if you're in Florida, there's no way in hell you're going to be able to wear a suit with a lining, no matter what fabric you have on the suit. There's no way you're going to have a lining on it because you'll die. You'll collapse in the streets. You know what I mean? So even if it's a linen suit, linen is the most breathable, but it's not the best in terms of like, what would be the word? In terms of like the look of it. The look it kind of looks a bit off. Like a full linen suit, it would look a bit off. Wool is typically the best that you want to go for because it's like the most breathable, but also looks professional or looks like what we see suits for. And then make sure you're not getting a lining. The reason why I have the lining on this is a polyester blend with viscose or some of that, viscose or some shit like that. So it's like 2/3 polyester, another third viscose, and then a couple of percent is like elasticine, so it has a little bit of a stretch to it. It's because like in Ireland's climate, it's typically cold, you know, so. And it has obviously it has the lining on it. So it's like, that's why I kind of went with this one. But because I'm planning to go to America for like trips, like with the bacon, all this kind of stuff, I am working on kind of like my next suit or my second kind of like get up. It's gonna, I'll show you. We might as well fully derail. Fuck it. We'll do it live. We'll do it live, boys. Where's the thing? So one sec. Let me do this. Why is that not opening? Unbelievable. I have to exit out of that. All right. So this is the idea or the general concept of what I want to go for. Well, I need to make sure it's kind of I get it in the right fabric and the fact that it's going to be like machine washable. But this is the kind of like the color and the general style I want to go for. Because as a leprechaun, you gotta have a green suit. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. But what I'd be doing with this is probably going to be custom. I'm going to go down to my local tailor and kind of like basically sit down with him and hopefully he doesn't tear the head off me because the requirements are kind of insane. I want it to be machine washable, breathable. You know what I mean? Possibly wool, but I could technically do it with the same fabric of this because this is actually quite a breathable fabric despite the fact that it's majority polyester. But I'd make sure there's no like inner lining to it and all that kind of stuff. Like that's going to be the main kind of vibe for this suit is that it's like as breathable as possible. So if I go back to America, I actually have a suit that can withstand the heat, so to speak. That's the kind of general style, and then I get double use out of the shirts because then I have like basically because if I keep the general kind of style with a white shirt, then you get like you're able to mix and match the shirts with either I'm wearing the gray suit, the gray pinstripe, or I'm wearing the green. You know. In this area group, we all vampires. It seems. A shout out to the vampires then. You know, Over Easy has a runny yolk. My man. Over Easy, cover the yellow with a flip. Yeah, but if you crack 4 eggs into the pan, that's an intimidating flip, so to speak. You know. Only 2 questions in there. Don't overcomplicate it for the live stream. Well, I'm not sure what you mean here, BB. You know? Nah, don't be doing the toast, man. Don't be doing the toast. Bacon, egg, sausage. That's all you need. That's all you need, baby. With plenty of butter. Plenty of butter. Kerrygold butter, baby. I like my steak very rare, too. I go medium rare. I go medium rare. You know, they make gray suits. Dark rye, of course. Never do that again. Never do what again? Terryx 80s band name, The Gay. Oh yeah, you mean this? You know? They're cheap. They're cheap shirts, right? So that's why, like I said, I was like, fuck, I need to actually invest in this is way too like loose and shit like that. But I made the mistake. Like I didn't do the research in the shirt and I got the wrong style to it. So like I said, I had to go like athletic is what I want to go for. Athletic fit because it's 38-inch waist and only like a 30-inch waist or 32, somewhere between 30 and 32-inch waist. You know, it is what it is. Look at Stafford shirts; they're pretty good. Yeah, no, the shirts that I got, like I've done a lot of research into making sure I was getting because these ain't no cheapy shirts, you know. Button collar option is nice as well for tie days. No, I never wear a tie. That's like you'll never see me with a tie. Jordan has some nice suits. People will custom make them from now. Guess they have been. True that. It's the boulder shoulders hack. You know, I will go for more support. Mama. Why the barber culture came back? Don't know. Post 2010. Tell you, man. Sharp little fellow. No Gahey. These are not the new one. His new one is not. I got to get better or like quicker at reading or catching up with chat. Because like I said, sometimes I read some comments. I'm like, wait, what? You know, humidity is a killer. Yep. 100%. Learned how to much an average suit weighs 5 pounds for a 2-piece. Yeah, but you got to go 3-piece, bro. You got to go 3-piece. I'm bringing 3-piece back, baby. I'm making 3-piece great again. You know, you want fitted very much so. That's a nice suit, my man. But it's like you don't necessarily like everybody kind of says, oh, you need to get a tailor fitted, right? But you can, like, once you have your own measurements, you can just type it into AI and it'll kind of work all that kind of complicated shit out for you. And like worst case scenario, if the sleeves are a bit too long or whatever, like you can literally just like bring it to a tailor's and they'll just like shorten the sleeves or shorten the length, you know? You don't necessarily have to like do the whole thing of where you spend a full day in the tailor's getting your measurements done and all this kind of stuff, you know? I heard some say milk, the eggs my wife likes cottage cheese in hers for more protein. My man. Where that's IRL VK auto win. Oh, we're talking about the green suit. That's what I'm saying. They got so close during the first VK live and then Vic came in and stole my glory. You know, the dollars are right there in front of me. Shout out to Cool Vic as well. Make sure you go give him a like and a sub, ladies and gentlemen. That's why my blazer is navy blue. I can wear with anything. Blue is a good color. That was between I was either going to get a gray suit or I was going to get a blue suit. And I was like, I'll go with the gray because to me, I don't know, like I just think white and gray looks better. Especially because like here we go. We're doing the whole thing. Like I wear like these whole hand slip-on sneaker kind of thing. And like I said, I even threw it into the AI to just mock up the images as well to see the whole thing. And just the gray and the white just looked better than the navy blue. But you can't really go wrong with navy blue. It does go with like one could argue with you do like to mix and match. Navy goes with just so many different things. Like think of like navy even with like red, like a navy suit with a red shirt goes well. Navy with even like a pink, like all the shades of red. Think of like navy with a black shirt, it goes well. Navy with a white shirt, it goes well. Fuck, dude, like even like navy and even a fucking yellow shirt could go and all this kind of stuff as well. So Navy's definitely, you know, it's a safe bet. You know, navy and gray are basically the two kind of like safe bets. You know, pick your shoulders up. You know, poached. Yeah, poached is nice, but it just takes so much effort. You know, found your cutoff point. It is what it is. It is what it is. JS, I admit that is true. Yeah, man looks good. He looks good in the suit. He looks good in the suit. They make them now pre-fitted, kind of. That's the thing. If you are going to spend $1,000 on one suit, but then if you shop around, and especially if you're able to use AI to shop around for you, and then like finalize it down, you'd be surprised of like, you know, if you be a bit frugal. Down you, man. It doesn't actually cost you that much. Are we finally talking about carnivore? Nah, we're talking about suits. Talking about suits, baby. I'm telling you, you win. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I show up in a green suit. Got a green 3-piece. Crazy. It's just like an automatic win. It's just an automatic win. I won't even say a single word until the finals. And it's just going to be an automatic win. I'm telling you, man. He spent a whole pot of gold on it. She'll never get me Lucky Charms. I got the Lucky Charm discount. And the black suit can go with almost anything. Yeah, gray, navy, and black. Gray, navy, black, I'd say is like those are the main three. Like me personally, I prefer just doing the black suit, black shirt, open collar. Or like no tie. And I have a black suit as well. Like that's generally like my and like the reason why I do black suit, black shirt is because like obviously like for funerals and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, like in terms of like color, like black suit, red shirt, or black suit, black shirt, and red tie. Or black suit, red shirt, and black tie. That's like a classic look. The black suit, red shirt, black tie. That's a classic. But like I said, it's like it kind of covers you for like anytime this morning or things like that, you know. You can get cheap suit at the grave. Oh my god. I gotta read the names first. Picasso's in the chat. I fucking have to keep an eye on Picasso. I'm thinking 500 these days. Yeah, you can easily get a sub 500. Sub 500. How much did the waistcoat I think was like 65. Trousers was about 90. That's about 150, and then the jacket was about 120. That's about. Let's be safe with it, and we'll say about 300, and that's euro. So you could get say about $350. You'd be surprised, man. You'd be surprised. And let's call throwing it. Let's call it 400, and that also puts in like you take it to a tailor's and actually kind of like get any adjustments that might need. Like 400 would cover you. I'd even say 400 crazy. You know what I mean? And that gets you a 3-piece. Shirts would you're probably including the shirts into it as well, yeah. So I'd probably say 500 for the shirts. And then all you have to do is get 7 trousers and 7 shirts. And that covers you for the week. Green hat, three-piece, it's over. Exactly. Exactly. See, crazy gets it. Crazy gets it. Look, I'm not ashamed to admit that I always look for suit jackets at thrift stores. Never know what you find. But that's the best way to go about it, Steelborn. Shop around. Be frugal. You know? Because like that's the thing, like just showing up in a suit, people think, oh, it's expensive. And literally it could be like something you find in a thrift store. If a suit is a suit at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Who gives a fuck whether it costs you $100 or $1,000? Makes no end to me. The only thing that I'd be, I'd make a point of saying though to people is that depending on your climate, like if you're in Florida, you need to make sure you're getting the right fabric and and making sure it doesn't have a lining to it, because like Florida does not fuck around, because like Florida is the same humidity as Ireland, but like double the fucking temperature. You know what I mean? And they get hurricanes and tsunamis and all this kind of shit, you know? Black and brown don't work. Brown is dangerous. Brown is, you got to be very careful with brown, you know? Like you could throw brown in with gray. Would it work with navy? It'd be ambitious. Brown is ambitious. You know what I mean? But like a gray suit, like think of Patrick Jane. Gray suit, brown belt, brown shoes. That can work. That can work. But again, it's, you know, it's ambitious. It's ambitious, you know? You wear a black suit, people will think you're the driver. Possible. Possible. Black suit, sunglasses, and a pen with a light on the top. People have people hoping you're not going to mess with their memory. Shout out to the MIB. Men in Black, baby. Three-piece, tie, and pocket watch, done. It's over. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. You know? I prefer the watch, though. You know? But pocket watch, if you wanted to add that little extra detail, like a gold chain, you know, on the old waistcoat, have the old pocket watch in the waistcoat pocket. I see what you're doing, BB. I see what you're doing. I'm picking up what you're putting down. With AI and all the new tools, I bet you're right. Yeah. Like it just saves you so much time of having to like cross compare and all this kind of stuff. You know? And it's particularly because you can literally just get like a measuring tape, do all your measurements, and it'll find you the best deal essentially, you know? What is a three-piece suit? It's just a two-piece plus a vest. It's just a waistcoat. Suit with a waistcoat. When you're a fat Australian, the suit cost plus jacket is like $1,200. There's a reason I turn up business meeting wearing a hoodie. I still close the deals though. Mama. Well, like I said, there is smart casual as well, you know. I have trousers. I do. I really do. My man. A Batman suit would look amazing. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If a suit doesn't fit right, it looks cheap. There, you can read that. Hey, my man. Shout out to Picasso. Shout out to Picasso. But yeah, like that's the thing. Like the fit is everything. Like I said, case in point. Case in point. If the shirt don't fit, you must have quit. You must have quit. Ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, let me. I can't remember where I heard it, but it's the best fashion advice I've ever heard that men should have at least 3 blazers, 1 black, 1 navy, 1 gray, and 4 dress pants, black, tan, gray, blue. Man. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not a particular fan of brown. I avoid brown at all costs. I'm like black, white, gray, and then maybe navy. Maybe. But that's what I'm saying. Like this next one going with the dark green. That's my next voyage. But it's also like to lean into the whole leprechaun meme as well. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, ladies and gentlemen. A good look is window dressing. If you're selling a good deal, you could look homeless and still close. Trust me, bro. It is what it is. Not throwing out. I'm doing this and that. I'm sending JS a blue Burberry blue long waist jacket. Shout out to Crazy. Shout out to Crazy. Navy and brown shoes look good. Yeah, I could feel that. I could feel that. But me personally, I just avoid brown. I just avoid brown. Let me skip forward a bit in the comments. If there's anything I'm missing, I do apologize. Just repeat yourself. I've also heard of men cutting the soles off their dress shoes for traction. Well, that's why I get the cold hand sneakers. That has like the foam thing and all that kind of shit. And like the white shoes with a white shirt. If you're wearing a suit, like the white kind of like sneakers with the white shirt, it actually goes surprisingly well. It actually it goes surprisingly well, you know. What do you think of a very light colored pants? Because like if you're wearing a white shirt with black shoes, I don't think that really goes well. Whereas if you're wearing white, again, it's like define yourself like white shoes, you know, because like these sneakers that I have is like it's actual leather. So it's like I have like the white at the bottom, the white shirt, and then it kind of contrasts with the gray very, very nicely, you know. What do you think of very light colored pants with dark blue jacket and vest? Like, what do you mean by light color? Are you just saying kind of like a grayish kind of a pants with dark blue jacket and vest? Because you want to kind of keep general rule. Not always, not always, not always, all this kind of stuff. There's always exceptions and like the whole kind of mix and match. You can make it work and all this kind of stuff. Like a good example, like a good example of suits, ironically, is the show The Mentalist, right? Just kind of like if you can try to like dig out a kind of couple of like pictures of like Patrick Jane when he's wearing the suits, because he'll often mismatch his waistcoat to what he's wearing. So he'd be wearing, let's say, like a navy suit, but the waistcoat would be gray. So you can mix and match. But this light colored, I actually have an American-made antique pocket watch. Get a chain and a and a waistcoat. Well, you already have the suit as well, Steelborn. So you get the waistcoat and get a chain on that pocket watch. You're looking pretty snazzy, you know. The arm length has always got me. Just take it to a tailor's, and they'll, like I said, they'll basically kind of say put the jacket on, and then they'll know exactly how much to take off the arms, and it might cost you, you know, 30, anywhere in the ballpark region, like 30 to $50, but worth it. You know what I mean? And they'll nail the actual length to it. You know what I mean? Because you basically when you have your hands down, you want the very top of the sleeve to be at your wrist, because you want to make sure that basically like the cuff marks of the shirt comes beneath or comes above the thing, especially when you're moving your arms. Got to give credit. Get a pocket watch, 2,000% better than a wristwatch. Most people think is fake. This is a Rolex. What are you talking about? A cheap Rolex, but it's still a Rolex. Got a $200 suit from a black man in an alley. Hey, my man. Good advice. The suit may fit, but still, when it comes to teriyaki, you must still acquit. Exactly. Exactly. What do you think of tweed? Tweed jacket. Ooh. That is very ambitious. But what I will say about that is like that brown tweed goes very well with what's it called? Was it checkered patterns? So if you like patterned shirts, I'd say tweed could go very well. Especially I think of like the like that was it like those red kind of like think of like your country boy kind of like aesthetic. Like that red kind of checkered with the brown would go very nice. That would go very nice. You know? My dress shoes have plenty of traction, but they still cost me 120. I'm saying, man. Brown suit, predominantly mid 20th century. Yeah, man. Brown it's ambitious. There's some people who can pull it off, but it's ambitious. It's ambitious. No, tan type colors. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's ambitious. Like, if it works, bro, it works. It works. But like brown for me, it doesn't go. It doesn't go. You know what I mean? But that's why I say if you want that suit that like makes a statement, a classic one that like will make a statement no matter who's wearing it is black suit, red shirt, black tie. That literally makes a statement no matter who it, but then it comes to your personality. You have to make sure that it's like you actually have a confident personality and all this kind of stuff as well. But if you want like a suit that'll make a statement, the classic one is black suit, red shirt, black tie. Guarantee it. Guarantee it, man. The show Burn Notice has some good, solid depictions of suit styles in Florida. Well, that's another thing as well. It's like when you're in the Florida climate, then you can get even more ambitious. You can start wearing, like, for example, like a yellow suit, you know, and like brighter colors. Like if you're in kind of like a tropical environment or environment that like the sun is always showing, like California is another example, you can start getting more adventurous with the colors and all this kind of stuff. But if you're in like kind of like an overcast, like if you're in like Irish weather and all this kind of shit, stick to the basics of black, gray, and maybe navy. But you want to go with a dark navy, you know? Monkey arms I have, hey, mama, you know? This stream is got so gay. Keep trying to tell y'all. Keep trying to tell y'all.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more.
And what do we think about that dude's suit? You know, that's taking the piss. That is taking the piss. But it goes to show you, like that dude had what, like a bluish, kind of like purple. One second, let me play the clip again.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more.
So you see, he had kind of like a patterned gray jacket, blue shirt, and then a yellow fucking dicky bow. So you can mix and match. You can mix and match, you know? What about a Canadian tux, Yak? A Canadian tux? What does this even mean? A casual outfit that pairs a denim jacket or shirt with denim jeans? It could work. I'm thinking maybe Texas. Texas, it would definitely work. But would you survive the heat? You know what I'm saying? But for smart casual, it definitely works. Definitely works. Horizontal stripes are hideous. Yeah, loops, man. Oof. Nah. Vertical stripes, they always work. This is man's talk, you nerd. Exactly. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I might spend the rest of the stream talking about suits. Well, we only do have like an hour left, anyways. You know what I mean, so get the suits. That's what I'm saying. Might actually have to do a whole kind of like aspect of, like men talk about suits and shit like that. But I would come at it from that angle of like frugal kind of thing. Because I think like a lot of people have preconceived notion that like suits are, oh, that dude's wearing a suit, he must have spent, you know, thousands of dollars on that and all this stuff. It's like Steelborn was mentioned, like shop around, go to fucking thrift stores, you know? And then even if you find one in the thrift store and the sleeves don't fit too well, or maybe the length, you need to do something with the length, bring it to a tailor. I mean, you've already saved money buying it from a thrift shop. You know what I mean? And then, like I was saying with like the AI as well and all that kind of stuff, the AI will be able to cross compare and save you all the time in terms of that as well, you know? Get out the suits, turn on the cams, educate the younger men. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, you know? Because I don't even need to. One sec. Uno momento. Well, no, I like, I don't want to kind of go off cam and then have to change out my shirt and all that kind of stuff as well, you know? It'll take time, and we only really got an hour left. But like, you'll be able to kind of like, especially with the AI, because the AI can even like generate the image for you. So like, you know exactly like how it'll look. So you can kind of say, generate this suit. You know, let's say black suit, black shirts, red tie, or something like that. And then if you have like blonde hair or something like that, just say, put it on a white male with blonde hair as the model, and it'll generate. And then all you have to really do is kind of just take a step back and just see what way are the colors vibing, so to speak. You know what I mean? We could talk about the best power tools, guy stuff. Brushless, battery powered. Never buy a new battery without getting another power tool. My man. 100%. I get my batteries from pawn shops and talk them down till they get pissed off. Then I know it's the right price. Makita. I want one more really nice one. Wool classic fit with very visible pinstripes. Because I think like gray pinstripe is, yeah, kind of like, yeah. Because like this is kind of like not too much. Like it's kind of like just faint enough that like the camera can just about pick them up, but it's not like if you saw me at a distance, you just think it's a gray suit. You know, black. It's very clear. You know. Do you like Florshim? Very fancy. Very fancy. Florshim probably means a German surname and a geographical to translate to flower home or flowery meadow. What I recognized. Like that kind of stuff, Picasso, it comes down to your general thing. Like I was saying, it's like, do you prefer wearing like patterned shirts? Because then that's going to dictate like what type of suits that you go for, or the colors that you go for, and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But like those kind of like that general kind of like flowery pattern on shoes, it can work. Me personally, I prefer the white sneaker. Yeah, and just to show us what I'm talking about. Oh shit, it's not even coming up. Like this kind of stuff. Now you can't really see it with the camera, but like that's white leather. But like obviously white shirts. The contrast goes very well, especially with a gray suit. And then in terms of if you, like I was kind of saying, in terms of you prefer pattern shirt, then obviously what I just showed you is won't work whatsoever. If you prefer wearing black shirts or darker color shirts, you'd have to probably go black shoes. You know what I mean? Because like think of, let's inverse it. Think of like a white suit, black shirt, white tie, black shoes. Very bloody nasty. Or not nasty, very bloody fancy, you know? Those are some comfortable shoes. Yeah, that's what I'm going with. Because think about how painful certain shoes can be. So you get the benefit of like the contrast going very well with the gray suit and the white shirt. Or just generally like white shirts in general. You have that nice contrast going, so it looks good, but then you also feel good in terms of comfortability as well, you know? I don't want chrome, but I want to see them if that makes sense. Floor sheen shoes are the best comfortable shoes, man. But I suppose like you can get like dress shoes that have like the added foam to them and all this kind of stuff as well. There's many ways to skin the cat, so to speak, you know? All right, what? How about those battery conversion adapters, e.g. AEG power tool, Makita battery? Hey, my man. Rigid has the best reciprocating saws. My man. I caught a Craftsman bull on sale and grabbed them for guards. That's another thing as well, man. If you see things on sale, like that's when that's the frugal man's time to spend big. If you get like something that's is worth a pretty penny, and you see it on sale, invest, baby. Invest, you know? Snack hide cowboy boots is how I roll with a suit. Like that's what I'm saying. Like navy suit, like let's say brown cowboy boots, navy suit, brown belt. Maybe like a dark red or maroon shirt. Now we're talking. Now we're talking crazy. I got 2 batteries, 2 dual chargers, the case, the circ saw, sawzall, dust buster, flashlight, drill, impact for $200. Makita. Dude was pissed as fuck. Game over, baby. Game over. Game over. I think we just found Crazy's new look. Let me know. But folks, you have completely derailed me. I'm talking about suits for over an hour. We've been talking about suits for over an hour, baby. And also eggs. You know? But I only have myself to blame. But let me get through at least the charity clips. Yeah, so I think we only have a couple more Charlie clips to play, and then, like I said, bada bing, bada boom, baby. Bada bing, bada boom. And we'll be on our way. So 2 more is look at Picasso. Carnivore. Maybe next panel, why not? Maybe. Telling you, man. But yeah, let's get into it. Let's get through at least the Charlie clips, and then I'll send you on our way. Charlie Kirk also liked wearing suits. Exactly. You know? Speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen.
Our good friends at Angel Studios. I love Angel Studios. Amazing new film this Holy Week. Phenomenal. In fact,
as I think about Charlie's life, and how much of a supporter he was of Angel. It's hard not to feel so grateful for what he did. He supported us in our darkest days and in our brightest hours as a company. Man, are we grateful to have gotten to be a little connection in the multitude of connections that he made throughout his life, because it was so impactful to us. Thank you, Charlie. Love you. We miss you. We're going to continue to drive forward the good news.
You've spoken a little bit about your belief in the sanctity of life and the inviolable dignity of the human person. I take it that you accept evolution.
It depends what you mean by that.
Do you think we've evolved from primates?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I do believe in the biblical account of creation. I also acknowledge that there is an abundance of scientific research that shows adaptation. Species change is heavily inferred in the data. I don't know enough about it, but I believe the scriptures to be true. And you can be a theist and also believe in God-ushered evolution.
Yeah, I completely
And
agree.
so, of which I allow people much smarter than me to make determinations on that. It's completely irrelevant to my core theology, though.
Okay. Are you happy for me to proceed with the question,
Please,
though, on that
yeah.
basis?
Sorry, yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but yeah.
No, that's fine. So you're kind of not vaguely, but you seem generally happy with the idea that maybe evolution is true. I hope that that's the case. I mean,
Well, I actually, I don't believe that. I think that
okay.
I'm not saying you said happy to that evolution is true.
Well, not necessarily happy, but
Well, that was the word you
surely-
used, though, right?
Okay, fine. Willing to accept that based on the evidence, evolution is a fact.
No, I'm not saying
You
it's a
don't-
fact.
fine.
I'm actually, again, I say I'm open to have my mind moved, and I look at the data, but I believe, given the abundance of equal data that atheists must reckon with, that there is a fine-tuning problem to our existence that I believe warrants that there is a God, intelligent life came from a God, and I believe the scriptures to be true. That in the creation account, there is an allowance to say that God created the heavens and the earth and allowed us to either evolve through species. I happen to believe, through a faith claim, that human beings are designed. What that means is designed over a long period of time or designed immediately. That's for people smarter than me to determine.
Fine. I suppose what I'm getting at is if you believe in the sanctity of life and that there is something fundamentally different between the life of, say, for instance, a human being and the life of an animal, does that not make that claim slightly arbitrary? What is personhood based in, if not?
Oh, yeah. So
do you see what I'm getting at?
Sort of. The scriptures say, though, that God created humans, male and female distinct. They're the only ones in Genesis 1:26, 1:27 to made in the image of God.
Right,
and
exactly.
so he called animals good, but they are not image bearers.
Okay,
But that word create is barach in Hebrew, and it's not clear whether or not that is created in an instant over a long period of time. And we as believers, I find no contradiction into saying that God could have created an instant, of which I would be pleased. I'll ask God when I get to heaven how this all unfolded. Or was it a process of adaptation and species change? Very smart Christians are on both sides of this issue. And so there's what we call in Christianity closed hand theological issues and open hand theological issues. Closed hand issues would be like the resurrection of Christ, the Trinity. And then there's open handed, which would be like eschatology or the Eucharist or the creation account. This one allows, given the verbiage, it could be either way.
Fine. I think just, I don't want to take up too much time then,
It's
but
fine.
just kind of on that, you were talking a little bit about Christian values, and I'm intrigued by that. I get the sense that you're very much motivated by your faith. To what extent do you think Donald Trump embodies gospel values?
Yeah, so he reminds me very much of Samson in the Bible. Both had, you can laugh. How many of you guys actually know about Samson? Great hair. He was a man willing to fight for a cause greater than he, despite some of his own moral troublings and moral missteps. All throughout the Bible, from King David to others, there are plenty of Abraham. Moses murdered somebody. How many people know that? Moses murdered somebody. How dare you? You can say a lot. Donald Trump has never murdered anybody. But Moses is like the most revered man in Judaism. You know, he was a murderer in Egypt. He took someone aside and just slammed him in the head and actually had to flee all the way to Midian because of it. We're all flawed. We all have original sin. How do I reconcile what he's doing with gospel values?
Well, for instance, I mean, the gospel values to me would be, humility, compassion,
Sure.
forgiveness. Does he live according to those values, do you think?
I actually, at times, I will say, he's far more magnanimous than people will give.
And it's so ironic I called this at the start of the stream. These atheists like, oh, this moment, you weren't humble, or you weren't, you weren't perfect in this moment. Aha, you're not a Christian. You said, like, nobody's perfect. Christianity, the message of Christianity is to recognize that we're all sinners, that we are going to make mistakes. You know what I mean? But it's an easier straw man for the atheist to attack because they never have to look in the mirror. Their ego never has to be humbled, you know? All right, crazy complaining chat. Don't pull that shit on me, Yak. Wait, what? Pull what shit? You talking about? What you talking about, Willis? You talking about? It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. Ask yourself not what you can do for yourself, but ask what you can do for your country, what you can do for God. Actually, sitting up here and I didn't even play one of the best Charlie Kirk clips that I got. Where is it? Ladies and gentlemen. No, it doesn't exist. Nah, man. Fuck, dude. No way. The old link doesn't work. But ladies and gentlemen, I found a new link. Ladies and gentlemen, I found a new link. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to this. You sparked the memory there. Backgrounds, Gramps.
Because you know you are part of something bigger than yourself. You know that you are part of the most exciting, diverse, powerful movement in the history of this country. And this movement is not about Republican or Democrat. This movement is not about conservative or liberal. And I think you're going to see that on display in a little bit, just maybe. This movement is about the citizens versus the oligarchs. This movement is about we the people versus the ruling class. This movement is about America versus the globalists. This movement is about all of us against them.
What's the opposite of a globalist, folks? It's not about conservative or liberal. It's not about Republican or Democrat. It's about America versus the globalists. It's about the nationalists versus the globalists. We can't operate on this line where we have the Democratic Party ceding ground to the Democratic Socialists of America. We can't have the Democrats representing office, apparently, in the interests for the nation when they have no intention to serve the better interests of the nation. This is why I mentioned earlier where I said this whole game of like conservatives or all this kind of stuff. You can't have that when your enemy is no longer serving the interests, or when the opposite party, when the Democrats are no longer serving the interests of the nation. And the nation not being the state, the nation being the people. When you have that occur, a bird needs two wings to fly. You know, the two wings, the same bird. That same bird is the nation. But the Democrats they've gone socialist, baby. They're talking about this global community and globalists and all this kind of shit. That bird ain't gonna fly. Can't fly. Until both Democrats and Republicans unite under nationalism, that's where we need to go, baby. Wait, what? Can't believe that Adam came from something other than God. Wait, what?
This is like the most revered man in Judaism. You know, he was a murderer in Egypt. He took someone aside to slammed him in the head and actually had to flee all the way to Midian because of it. We're all flawed. We all have original sin. How do I reconcile what he's doing with gospel values?
Well, for instance, I mean, the gospel values to me would be, humility, compassion, forgiveness. Sure. Does he live according to those values, do you think?
I actually, at times, I will say, he's far more...
Was it before this stillborn?
More magnanimous than people will give him credit.
Is there transcript? Doesn't seem as though he mentions Adam. You can't believe in evolution as it's currently posited and Christianity simultaneously without it leading to contradiction. Charlie didn't bite the bullet on the evolution. First he said, I don't know. And then when he gives the account, he says adaptation. Also, shout out to Kokomo using the PayPal for the $11. Ladies and gentlemen, says appreciate you. I appreciate you too, Kokomo. Thank you very kindly. So let me give you the strength clip for that one. Appreciate you kindly, Kokomo. Thank you very kindly, sir. It's about 2 minutes back from where you just were. Okay, 1 sec. Right, so I've gone 2 minutes back. I'm at 1.5 speed.
For a long period of time. And we as believers, he called animals good, but they are not image bearers.
Okay,
but that word create is barach in Hebrew, and it's not clear whether or not that is created an instant over a long period of time. And we as believers, I find no contradiction into saying that God could have created an instant, of which I would be pleased, I'll ask God when I get to heaven how this all unfolded, or was it a process of adaptation and species change? Very smart Christians.
Yeah, adaptation. He didn't say evolution. No, where I disagreed was whether or not it's up to interpretation. He said it's an open-ended theological question. I disagree with that. But you get his point, though, right? Like, whether or not it's literally like, this is it in terms of the whole thing, or if it's like initial and adapts into thing. You know what I'm saying? Because then you have to say it like that humans are unchanging. Or like humans have never changed from Adam. Or have never adapted from Adam. You know what I'm saying? Let's cap off this video because we only have 30 minutes left, folks. And I need to get my steak and eggs. Will's back. He's been running. I know he's back. What is knowledge, Will? Do we ever get an answer to that, Stillborn? Speaking about epistemology, that's why I think he ran, actually, Stillborn. That's why I think he actually ran. Because he went off to study his epistles.
Epistemology is the study of the epistles. mean, you can.
Wait,
I told you that
Yeah. We never got. Well, let's see if Will studied his epistles. Will, can you explain knowledge to us? Do you have an account for knowledge? He must be using the free version. That could be an issue. That could be an issue. It's like I said, man. It's this is the thing. All right, we got knowledge is understanding awareness through experience/study. But what if your experience is different than my experience? What do we mean by study? And how do you know that you understand something that you've studied? At what moment do you understand? How do you measure understanding? So, like, for example, I went to college with this chick. We done like computer science and like Johnny L coding. You know what I mean, for every single one of her tests, she just learned off the code. She just regurgitated the code, but she never understood it. Like if there was anything different in terms of the code that was required for the test, she would have failed. You know what I mean? Yeah, she was educated. She went to the lectures. She went to college. She got her degree. But can you say that she understood code? She had the knowledge of the code, clearly, because she was able to regurgitate it. But did she understand the code? Oh, she was aware of the code, Will, but she didn't understand the code. And we got Steelborn, chat. We got Steelborn coming in. Mama. Mama. Bellissimo. Bellissimo. She understood something, but how do you know? You need to be educated to receive sense data. And I sounds daft, but I rewatched the Oxford debate. He picked up the jug of water, poured a glass, and drank some. An everyday thing just made him even more human to me. What I'm saying. The little things. I get what you mean. It's the little things. Understood and objective truth. And like that's the thing, like mathematics is based off philosophy. And philosophy is all about the why. It's all about the reason. You know? Oh, so then it's pattern matching. But see the way like Will's like using like understood. How do we measure that? Like I said, I've met all kinds of peoples. I know a bitch that has a college degree in coding that doesn't know how to code. So your account for knowledge, Will, it doth butter no parsnips, my dear. You know? Like the Anne Widdecombe murder, when they said she was having dinner, it just made it feel worse. Just a normal day till then. I'm saying. Based on current evolution theory, our senses aren't optimized around truth tracking but survival. We can't believe false things that led to better survivability. So we can believe false things that led to better survivability. And like this aspect of why do we pursue meaning? You know? But there's no objective morality, guys. Because let's not forget, that's where Will first got his knickers in a twist, you know? Got a little bit upsetty spaghetti. There's no objective meaning. There's no objective morality. So then why do we pursue meaning? Why do we always say, well, what do you mean by this? You know, let's go full Jordan Peterson. Well, what do you mean? You know? Philosophia. Lovers of wisdom. Lovers of meaning. That's the math instructor. It works. Just use the fucking formula. Stop asking the whys. You know? It is what it
Far more
is.
magnanimous than people will give him credit. None of us are able to fill all those values. I will say some values I think he does fulfill. He is a truth teller. And the gospel says very clearly that telling of the truth is one of the most fundamental things, the spoken word. So I'm not going to spend time here defining every moral decision that Donald Trump has made or not made. I am equally a sinner as Donald Trump. We all are. We all fall short of the glory of God. But I will say that his willingness time here defining every moral decision that Donald Trump has made or not made. I am equally a sinner as Donald Trump. We all are. We all fall short of the glory of God. But
Oh, shit, I was muted. My bad. We all fall short in the glory of God. We're all sinners. I'm not going to be here trying to make out that Donald Trump is morally perfect. There was only one who was morally perfect. His name, Jesus Christ. So, like, this whole straw man that, like, the atheists go, well, Donald Trump's not morally perfect. Yeah, no shit. But is he trying to sin less? That's for you to decide. That's for you to decide. Do we think that Christianity has caused people to sin less? Or do we think that Christianity has caused people to sin more? Some pretty profound stuff was said on the Sermon on the Mount. I still can't get over the love your enemy. That is a banger and a half. You know what I mean? Like, if you could hop in the time machine and go back to that, oh man, I would have been there just like, you know, standing beside the apostles going, bars, bars, tell him again, Jesus, tell him again. You know? Thing of beauty right there, man. Thing of beauty.
I will say that his willingness to rise to the occasion of something greater than he, to endure being shot and almost shot again and almost 700 years in federal prison, is one of the most courageous actions I've ever seen from a public elected official in the history of the West.
Do you think Jesus would have voted for Trump?
Do I think Jesus, well, first of all, Jesus intentionally didn't vote and did not care about the Roman guard. You remember he said, pay unto Caesar what is Caesar, render unto God's what is God. Do I think Jesus would love some of the stuff that Trump is doing?
It's a silly question, but I'm just, you know.
No, I mean, fine. It's like
they're even admitting, yeah, this is a silly question. You know? And but you know that you've won the debate. And these atheists just so they can say something. They're asking silly questions. You know what I mean? I don't know about you, but it's like, if I ever find myself asking silly questions, lost that debate.
What did Jesus teach us? Jesus says, don't touch children. Okay, so he would love the fact that Donald Trump repealed Roe versus Wade. He would love the fact that child sex trafficking is being focused on in this current government. Jesus Christ said a lot of things such as, sin no more, and things such as love your neighbor are things that we should embody in every single one of our public policy decisions. So Jesus is divine, and he would not fill out a ballot.
All right, thank you for answering my questions.
Bellissimo. Bellissimo. And this is the last one off this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Bit hesitant of this one though, to be fair. Anytime I see this like 10v1, this fucking Jubilee in the corner, I've got to play this one by ear.
What makes a woman? Because you said she's more of a woman than you are. So I want to know what that definition is.
Right, okay. I'm going to let somebody else go.
Okay, so here comes Parker. And by the way, they already had this heated back and forth. So the way that this video plays out is that people like cycle in and out based on who can get to that hot seat the fastest.
Okay. All right, Parker, what is a woman?
A woman is an adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex. Got it.
Oh my God. Did you hear that, Timmy? You know, where's the Arnold Schwarzenegger clip? Or like the kid is a man has a penis, a woman has a vagina. You know what I mean? Or what about adult human female? It's not that difficult. See? Simples. Simples. You know? But like this whole thing, man, like, and this is why I'm genuinely convinced that it's correct me about the way this is said, but it's like there's like everything God makes, like this whole thing of it, something along the lines of kind of like everything can be made for good or in the pursuit of good. So like things that we might be perceived to be bad can be like this whole aspect of like sex work. Like what you've done is you've taken the divine aspect of marriage and you've completely corrupted it and turned it on its face, right? You've completely corrupted it. But can you corrupt sex work back into, or I'd probably say purify would be the right word. But can you purify? You know what I mean? And if it goes one way, it has to go the other way. You get what I'm saying? Think about that for a second. Think about that for a second. You know? Now think about what Parker just said with this, like, we can't even fucking define a woman anymore. You know? Can't even define a fucking woman. But I have to be very precise here. What I'm saying is like these atheists or lefties and all this kind of shit, it's almost like they're undoing themselves. Like the mere fact that they can't even define a woman anymore is that they think that they're so smart, or they're trying to be so smart, they're actually making themselves like more and more retarded. Like this whole thing of like evil eventually like turns in on itself. Another example is like the corrupt government. Think of like the Bolsheviks. It's like the snake that eats its own tail. They overthrow the government, they kill the old government, and then they become the new government. What eventually happens? They then start assassinating the new leaders and all this kind of shit as well, you know?
Define a man. Define a man.
You're looking at one, XY chromosomes.
First of all, great debate tactic. Give a really quick definition.
See? Let's hear that again, folks.
All right, Parker, what is a woman?
What is a woman, right? Let's pay attention to the amount of fucking words used by this cunt.
A woman is an adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex. Got it. Define a man.
Right? Blah, 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 blah. Like, basically, a roundabout way of saying a woman is whoever identifies as a woman. Whatever way they present themselves as a woman. For those that, like, don't speak fucking meth jaw, right? Charlie's response, what is a man?
Define a man.
You're looking at one, XY chromosomes.
First of all,
XY chromosomes. You want to go scientific? Let's go scientific. XY chromosomes. Mic drop. Bars.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
That's what I'm saying. Charlie in a suit. Man. Parker.
great debate tactic. Give a really quick definition. Although if you actually play that definition back, it's circular because it defines woman by woman. But then to turn it and say, what is a man? Actually, really good debate tactic.
Okay, but does God the Father?
Look at this. Looks like a fucking 12-year-old. Baggy ass shirt.
Have XY chromosome.
What are we
By
doing here?
reincarnation.
We literally have a religious.
He's a father and he's him, but he's not a man.
We have a religious.
Wait, so a man is someone with XY chromosomes. He doesn't have XY chromosomes. Yet he's still a man. He's his preferred pronoun.
First of all, there's a Trinity. So God the Father is neither man nor woman. He is omniscient, omnipotent. He is all being on top.
So why do you use he?
Well, I did.
Okay, so let me pause really quick just to say there's two pieces to this. The first is Christ, the incarnate Son, Jesus from Nazareth as he walked on the earth, being a biological man. That's important. Let's put that in one category. But really what Parker's pushing into here is the idea of role. If we're saying that God the Father is both God and Father as opposed to presumably mother, then aren't we saying that you can have gender separate from biological sex? That's basically what he's trying to argue. So I just wanted to set that up for clarity's sake. Let's let it continue to play out here.
Did not. The scriptures do. You could use woman. You could say her. You could use him. But the way that the language is structured, again, it is so, God the Father is so above gender. It is so above any of our understanding.
And why use him?
Glory and understanding. Again, because you have to make a choice, either he or him or her in the original scriptures. Let's go back to,
some fathers are men and boys. So some fathers are not men and boys, not men or boys.
I'm sorry.
Some fathers are not male.
No, of course they are. I'm not.
Wait, so God the Father is a male?
Like God the Father. So where did we get God the Father?
Okay, he's pleased with himself. We see the grimace,
He's doing
the
the
smile. But again,
I don't understand, you know? This the whole thing of like, you're trying to perceive God as, what would it be, you're trying to like act as though God is mortal. You're trying to make a concept that is eternal finite. That ship don't sail, boy. You know? So white woman saying she now identifies as a black Asian woman is also fine then. Exactly. Exactly. It's all a social construct. It's all a social construct. Right? Right, Will? My gripe is with the word adult, but all words are just social constructs. Right? Right, Will? Is he going to answer? It's a fallacious, it's a category error and equivocation. But no, this is the whole thing where it's like where he pretends they just don't understand what he's being told, thus making dialogue impossible. Oh, humans not a social construct. Funny how that works. Yeah, but race is a social construct, right? So to go back to make reality great again, great name. So white woman saying she now identifies as a black Asian woman, that's fine, right? We're waiting, Will. We're waiting. He's gonna run away. Let's just go through the clip.
As you're hearing this argument go back and forth, I want you to hear that Parker actually has a very literalist, hyper-realist.
It's not fine. Why is it not fine? Why? Why? Why is it not fine, Will? Why is it not fine? Why is it not fine, Will? Why is it not fine, Will? Wait for it. He's gonna do it. Why is it not fine, Will? I'll let you actually have the fun. I'll let you have the fun. I'll let you have the fun. Make sure you do us proud. Make reality great again.
Way of looking at scripture. And if you view scripture this way, if you jettison analogy, metaphor, and if you misunderstand that God is essentially spirit, not human, that he's the creator.
Oh, because biology are coming into play. Like, you mean like that? Like there's certain things we look at? Oh, like the same way that a man looks different to a woman. Same way that a black man looks different to a white man. Oh, I'm glad we cleared that up, Will. Glad we cleared that up.
Not the creation. You'll see how this core hyper-literalist reading impacts his understanding of God and the Godhead. So I'll let it continue.
Father from? What Greek word?
From your scripture.
Well, from Abba, right, which is a very close personal.
You're not answering my questions and you're bringing up random language that doesn't matter.
Well, it actually does.
No, it doesn't.
But let me get down to the root of it.
Shit, Will, is this you? Now you're bringing up random language that doesn't matter. You're not allowed to talk about race.
Because he's not a man. You know he's not a man under your worldview. You still use his preferred pronouns. You still call him a man.
Christ is a
man. You don't do that with trans people because you're transphobic. That's why.
Okay, got it. But Christ is a man. I'm happy to get into the sexuality and
before
gender.
Incarnation, he's not.
The Trinity, okay?
Before incarnation, there's no penis, there's no XY chromosomes, there's no small
gametes. A second. Let's think about it. If that's correct, how is it then Jacob saw the face of God?
Okay, so if there's...
Hold on. If there was enough before the incarnation, how did Jacob see the face of God? How did Jacob wrestle with God?
Characters can have faces without biology.
How did Jacob wrestle with God?
So okay, do you think that he has a body?
Well,
or was that a figurative notion of wrestle?
That's a mystery of the scriptures. I'm not here.
It's not a mystery in scripture, actually. Kirk's answers and instances where people in the Old Testament saw God, or Jacob's case, wrestling with God in Genesis 32, only showcase times when God decided to reveal himself in a particular way to people. Also, this is known as a theophany, for those who don't know. This does not prove or showcase anything about God having or not having a body, because God can reveal himself in any way that he wants to. If you were to take this reasoning to its logical conclusion, then we could assume through the story of Moses that God's body is a burning bush, as shown in Exodus 3. So again, there's a basic category error getting made here. God is, in other places, described like a mother hen, the solid ground, like an eagle, and many more. There's a bunch of images, metaphors, analogies, constructs that God uses to reveal different attributes of his character and nature to us. God the Father is not mean that God has to be biologically male. I'll give you guys one other example is we understand that we
This is what I'm saying, where it's like this dude on the right here. Boy, Charlie was special. You know what I mean, they got bogged down with it and all this kind of shit. Wait, where's Will? Because ethnicity and other biological markers. Oh, so now we're talking about biological markers. Now it's there we go. There we go. If so, then reality returns and a woman has a womb and no penis. Biological, right? Oh shit. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get an APB missing persons report out for Will? Has anyone seen Will? Will's gone missing. Where's Will at? He might have just shot himself in the foot. Where's he at? Where you at, Will? Where you at, Will?
Stop stalling, nigga! Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Beautiful.
we are the bride of Christ and he is the bridegroom. Now that's, I think, literally true, but I think it's a category error and a massive mistake to sit there and say, well, wait a second. So if we're the bride, then does that mean that God is advocating for polygamy? And does that mean that God is also kind of homosexual because some men are a part of the bride? And to kind of try to do this like perfect tit for tat comparison using what we understand about human relationships and using what we understand about bride and groom, male and female, masculine and feminine, and then taking that reality and projecting it into the metaphor of Christ and the church. I think this is the same kind of mistake that's being made here. Let me just play it out here because you're going to see how that same way of thinking of holding God to the structure that he created for people when he himself is not a person. You're going to see how that plays out as they start to get into kind of the objective, subjective, moral question here in a second. I'll let it continue. Here we go.
Listen, I'm not here to debate theology. Can we go back to
wait, does he actually have biology? You keep trying to pivot because you know this debunks you. Well, what biology does your God have?
Well, the one of Christ our Lord.
No, I meant right for incarnation.
Well,
God the Father, God pre-incarnation does not have biology.
Is the spirit male or female? Is male Habibi or female Habibi? Or are we committing, as Steelborn accurately put it, purification?
That's the easy answer to this question. I think that's the quiet part that needs to be said out loud. Anyway, let's keep going.
Well, to be honest, I don't quite know, and I don't know scriptures.
So you don't know what a man is?
Well,
you can't define what a
I
man
was trying to sign into Discord. Bro, you still haven't responded to it. Well, we're still waiting, But this is the thing, like, he shot himself in the foot. As soon as he mentioned biology, it was like, Yeah, then reality returns. Miraculously, reality comes to play, and you know what I'm saying? Oh, now all of a sudden he doesn't want to address myself or make reality great again. All of a sudden he's fine-tuning the internet, Different ages of people hit that maturity level, and that's not how society constructs laws. You're the one that was mentioning biology, bro. Talking about biology. Will. What's going on? What's going on, Will? Biological markers. A woman has a womb, correct? I love this excuse. I was signing into Discord. That was made at... Oh shit! I think we need to get Will checked. It took him over 4 minutes. Over 4 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, to sign into Discord. Oh shit! You can't see the time. Yeah, he made this at 14:51. And then he lets us know 4 minutes later, I was trying to sign in Discord. It takes you 4 minutes to sign into Discord? Will, I'm worried about you, bro. I'm worried about you. Yeah, but it takes you 4 minutes to sign into Discord, Stillborn. Don't be believing their excuses. This is what I'm saying. You're believing the lie. I see the timestamps. Bro needs 4 minutes to sign into Discord. Holy shit. How long does it take you to tie your shoelaces, Will? Let's start there. How long does it take you to tie your shoelaces?
It's a little opaque. Again, you're looking at a man.
But your video, the largest video on TikTok is, what is a woman, 20 million views? You don't know what a man is in your own world
You said you're looking at a man, right?
Wait, but God the Father doesn't meet that criteria.
Am I looking?
Yes, you are.
Okay, good. Just
Oh, we're talking about human beings versus God Almighty. Equivocation? Equivocation? Yay, nay? Equivocation. Going once. Going twice. 3 times. So,
a man that's defeating you in a debate right now.
That's fine. So let me ask you a question, though.
Sassy, but the mistake that Parker is making here is, again, he's saying we have to hold God, the creator, to these rules.
So do you think that anybody can become a woman?
I think that anyone who meets my criteria is a woman.
What's your criteria?
Again, adult human person that has a desire to.
fair point, Blue. Maybe he's pooping. Yeah, maybe he's pooping. You know? I may have to make a new one. Like, what? Like, Will, be better. Be better. Okay? If you're going to lie, at least don't make it obvious.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
No, but this is what they do. They're like, oh, I didn't hear you, or I didn't see it, or whatever the fuck. You know? Like the whole, like, pretend. Like, he's doing exactly what Parker's doing. Pretending he doesn't understand. You know? And now he's got to make a completely new Discord, bro. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, my God. Same way, like, when Steelborn asked him, like, how do you get knowledge? He disappeared for, like, an hour. You know what I mean?
In accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex.
Can society ever be wrong?
Sure, but like it's a desire to be in accordance with a set of social and cultural norms.
Can I become black if I wear blackface?
No, because it's not a desire that you have to be in accordance with a particular set of.
What if somebody norms to be black?
Because race is defined phenotypically based upon the expression to other people.
But now, for you guys who don't know, phenotypically, Google that fancy word. It basically means according to a set of biological traits. And he's saying, well, whoa, you can't do this with race because race is tethered to a biological reality.
It's almost like, I know, Will all of a sudden, he's just disappeared for the rest of the stream. He's disappeared. Like, he's running from Steelborn. Like, that's why he's doing the whole Discord thing, Steelborn, just to fill you in. You're not going to get a Discord message from him because he's not going to be able to sign into his Discord, apparently. He's not going to be able to sign into his Discord, apparently. And I could fucking stream for 24 hours. Give this motherfucker 24 hours. Get in contact, all this kind of shit. You're never going to see him. What lefties do, they invent excuses, right? But notice, Will's now going to pretend he hasn't even heard what we've just seen in this video right here. Will has left the building, ladies and gentlemen. Where is he gone? I don't know. I don't know. You know? He's just so focused on trying to sign into his Discord. You think we were born yesterday, Will? Is that what this is? Oh my god, man. There's no truth. There's no point in putting the panel link on. Steelborn would just be sitting here waiting and all this kind of shit. He's not gonna show up. He's not gonna show up. Like, is this your first time like actually interacting with one of these lefties? Is that what's going on here? You know, everyone's like trying to give him grace, and I understand that all this kind of shit. You're never gonna see him. He'll never show up. He's French toast. All right, no, sorry. He's pretending to be French next and saying, por favor, ménage-toi toute la fruit. But he's French toast. That's what he is. He's French toast. He's cooked. Michelin star level cooked. You know what I mean? Like, he's not like wonder why the fuck he disappeared for an hour when Steelborn had him. Took him like an hour to fucking like look up like what is knowledge. How can we even have knowledge to begin with? What is our account for knowledge?
Irony is that also female traits are tethered to biological realities as well. So really the argument, in my opinion at least, and anybody can feel free to correct me in the comments, whichever side of this issue.
Oh, he's back. He's back. But that doesn't mean there isn't a spectrum for gender rather than a strict binary. Yeah, race is a spectrum. We got all different shades. All different shades of skin color. I'm identifying as a different shade. Oh, it will be hilarious. It will be hilarious, but all of a sudden he can't get into his Discord account, and evidently he can't make a new Discord account. It's going to be a whole like we'll have to get the violin out, start doing the violin music. You know what I mean? He can't even answer that. How many genders are there? But he knows it's a spectrum. You know? We can even say race is a spectrum. Why can't they pick and choose my race? Because race is biological, but gender is a social construct. Gender's tied to sex, tied to biology. Women's have vaginas, men's have the penis. Simple, but somehow they don't understand.
You're on. We're here to think and discuss together. But in my
Konnichiwa, Draco. Yes, I identify as a Japanese black man. No, sorry, I identify as a Japanese black lesbian. That's what I identify as.
my opinion, it's totally valid to say, well, wait a second, are people allowed to be transracial? Now, again, someone might feel transracial, but I just think that his idea about what is phenotypical totally refutes itself, because the same standard that you would apply to the gender question, you would also need to apply to the race question, because both race and gender are equally beholden to biological realities.
By some standard, you're judging that.
Do you think there's a phenotypical expression of someone who's white and someone who's black? Like, I see you're white because of your phenotypical expression.
Right. So, but do you think, but Rachel Dolezal that said she is black and culturally black, is she black?
Does she have phenotypically characteristics you would associate?
Define phenotypical. I'm not sure what that word.
Yeah, it's going to be the expression.
So melanin content of one's skin?
Yes.
Okay. So
yeah, biological traits.
She could pass as a black person.
Wait, so she doesn't have the melanin content?
She's border.
Are Africans who are albino, are they white people or are they black people?
No?
Heavily.
Okay, so then she's not black.
Okay, so
So this is what's funny is he's super cut and dry, objective biological reality when it comes to race, but not
able to say
gender.
Black and not black.
That's how we define it in society,
Okay, got it. So, but is there an objective definition of who is black?
Wait, language is also
Look at how upset.
Okay.
Look at how upset he
Able to
is.
say who's black and not black.
That's how we define it in society,
Like, look at the eyes. Look at the hurt. Look at the pain. Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, got it. So, but is there an objective definition of who is black?
Wait, language is all subjective.
Language is all subjective.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
Every
really?
word you just use.
Okay, if language is subjective, then I'd now identify as a strong, independent black lesbian. And if you disagree with that, you're oppressing me. He not only mad crazy, he big mad. He big mad. He upsetty spaghetti. And he is big mad.
Used was created by other human beings that are engaging in conversation.
Got it. No, now
you
we're
might think it's created by God, but even then it's still
Got
subjective.
it. But now,
because it came from
we're
God.
getting somewhere.
God's a subject.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Even if it's created by God, it's still subjective because God is a subject. I'm going to let Charlie give his response. Then we're going to pin this down because this really is the core misunderstanding that Parker has that is informing the entire rest of this discussion.
The word and the value behind murder, objective or subjective?
Well, I think morality is subjective.
That is true, Stillborn, but at this stage with punts like Parker, you just do the whole thing. It's like, okay, subjective. I'm now a black lesbian. And you can't disagree with me, otherwise you're oppressing me. Like sometimes you just gotta let them make the mistake. Let the woman get into the cage with the dude. Dude beats the shit out of the woman and gets the gold medal at the Olympics. Remember that? Dude beats the shit out of a woman, and rather than like get called out for beating a woman, he gets handed the gold medal. You know? Like at this stage of the game. You know? Yeah, man. I'm Jamaican. I'm Jamaican, man. Nice to meet you. Mother name was for the woman who gave birth to me. Normality. I miss you. Hey, it is. It is what it is.
But you think it's subjective too? It'll come from God.
That's interesting.
Wait, does it come from God or independent of God?
Well, no, of course it comes from God. It's transcendent.
That's subjective. That's subjective. Yes, it is. If it comes from God, it's specifically subjective. If it comes independent of God, then it's objective.
No.
Okay, actually, I'll
told me that is also compatible with moral anti-realism.
So let's go back to the 10 Commandments.
Okay, actually, let me pause right here. So moral anti-realism, again, big word, fancy word. Let me just read a basic understanding here. Moral anti-realism is a meta-ethical doctrine that denies the existence of objective moral values and normative facts. But here is the problem with the way that Parker is using that and the way that he is understanding it. And again, let me use, because I do think it's helpful, the analogy of an author in a book. You can't say that the author of something is a subject to it in the same way that any interpreter of that thing is. And for the same reason, God as the author of reality, as the author of morality, is both a personal being, but is also totally objective in the sense that the objective reality is directly tethered to his nature. So there's no interpretation. If 2 + 2 = 4, they really do. They really equal 4. If someone
shout out to True Revolt TV for the $5 to a fellow black. My man, can we get a machiwa, ladies and gentlemen? Can we get a machiwa for the black brothers?
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
I'll do you one better. Can we get an Ave Maria?
Oh, my nigga. Go get money.
Many grazie a planers for that. Thank you very kindly, Truth. And can we get an APB out for Can we get an APB out for Will? Can we get an APB out for Will? Still, you're never gonna get that message. Oh shit, man. Oh god.
says it's 5 and someone says it's 3, those two people are wrong. The person who says it's 4 is right, but behind that rightness, beneath that reality, however you want to put it, is the truth itself, which is beholden to God, which is derivative of God. Truth, I don't think people realize this often enough. Truth, the very truth that Parker, ironically, is fighting for and saying, you're wrong, Charlie. You have bad ideas. I disagree with your ideas, and my ideas are right. The entire conversation itself is happening up here and is predicated upon a right belief within Parker's head that there is really a truth, that there is really right and wrong. He has this very fluid view about everything in word, but indeed, he's fighting tooth and nail throughout this conversation the entire time for what he believes is true, what he believes is right, what he believes is good. So there really is a double standard going on at that level. But again, I just got to say, for anybody who's confused on this, God is good. God is love. You can't actually judge God using some other standard of good, because goodness itself is rooted in his very nature. We've covered this a bunch of other times on the channel, but it's like, let me give a quick analogy that I think I've used in the past. If you have a compass, a moral compass, and you're using that to say, I don't like the way that God did this or that, you're actually saying that the thing that you got from him is a sufficient apparatus to judge him by. I hope you can understand the problem with that. Our ability to morally reason is because we are in God's image. You cannot judge rightness and wrongness as it relates to God by the things that God has given you to do so. I hope that makes sense. Obviously, I'm shooting it straight. I'm telling you guys, how I see.
This is what we covered at the start, like this whole aspect of meaning itself. Like being able to break it down and kind of say it's like, you do moral actions, you're going to increase meaning. You do immoral actions, you will decrease meaning. To the point where you'll self-delete. It'll always become meaningless. And breaking down the argument in terms of like why serial killing is immoral or murder in general is immoral. What does life mean at that point of view? Say that you're okay with a murderer or murder in general. Life means nothing to you. That's the only reason why you would say that. And I guess we would kind of come full circle with this, like to use the perfect example of murder. It's like Lindsay Clancy. Like all these women that are like, I stand with you, Lindsay. Me too, Lindsay. Like back in the day, and still to plenty of women around the world, like being a mother has meaning. Has meaning. It gives them purpose. But these chicks are so immoral. They want to self-delete. Tell you, man. It's just sad, I want to give these people a hug.
It, but at the same time, I think that the conversations that I see happening in the comment section are also awesome. And so, like I said, maybe you think I'm wrong. Maybe you hate me for believing what I believe. But wouldn't that itself point to the fact that you acknowledge that there is actually truth, a right, and a wrong? So, food for thought. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
If you enjoyed this conversation, you might also enjoy the Wisdom Society, a growing community.
Shout out to that dude. Where the fuck he is. And also, massive shout out to Charlie Kirk. Like I said, because even in his death, he just kind of exposed these lefties for what they are. Deranged fucking lunatics that don't even understand what they're doing. Don't even understand what they're saying. Because that right there, like, what is a man, what is a woman? Like, this is kindergarten shit. This is literally kindergarten shit. And they're like 20, 30. Shit, some of these motherfuckers are like older than 40. And all of a sudden they don't understand what a man and a woman is anymore. You know what I mean? But if you want to go to the advanced section, if you want to see what it's like this is kind of like the upper echelon in terms of like understanding shit, Again, this is our boy Charlie Kirk. Explain this to me.
One thing that always gets them confused. It's music. What is music? Now they will say that music came from songbirds. Like, no, that's noise. What is music? Why do certain pieces of music make you cry? Why do certain pieces of music make you feel something that you just can't quite articulate? Why does some music sound better than others? Because we believe, those of us that believe in God, that music is something that is extra spiritual. It's actually a connection to a higher power. That's why the longest book in the Bible is literally songs, psalms. The last chapter of the book of Psalms is about using trumpets and using instruments to glorify God. They can't explain music. They also can't explain beauty. Ask them, is there anything in this world that is beautiful? Go drive to Malibu and say, let's look at the sunset. Is that beautiful? Yes. Why? Why is it that when human beings see an open ocean, we all agree there's something good about this? It's because we all have hardwired in us a yearning to desire the good and reject the bad, a size in our heart that only God can fill. Even the nihilists will admit this when they're confronted with it, and they don't have an answer for it. And so my advice to you, maybe you'll play Mozart, maybe something like that, and you listen to that music, and all of us will agree there's something so sweet and harmonious about this. And those of us that believe in the Bible, we can explain it, right? We know what that is, because we use music as a way to glorify God. That is why all of the great conductors and all of the great all the great individuals of Mozart and Bach and all of them, they all said on the top of their music, glory be to God, always, because what they were doing to try to glorify God, always.
Now, this is, like I said, this is beyond kindergarten level. We're talking about music. Explain that. Explain that to me. The atheist will say, oh, it's meaningless. It's all meaningless. That art, that media, the fact that he can stir your emotion. And when he mentions beauty, this is something I keep trying to point out. I keep trying to drill this home. Aesthetics is a key pillar of philosophy for a reason. Aesthetics means the study of beauty. Right? Because what a person thinks is beautiful it opens the door into their mind. This is why, like, these lefties, like, they'll pierce their fucking septum. They'll do all this shit to, like, ruin what they were given by God. What they were created with. They have to tarnish it. They have to ruin it. Why? Because they stand against the good. There's a reason where it's like you can look at someone and kind of go, this cunt doesn't look good. This cunt doesn't look like he's going to actually contribute anything and all this kind of shit. Just by looking at them. Because what's the word? What one could call the mental or the transcendental manifests in reality. Like I said, Charlie breaks it down right there, ladies and gentlemen. You know? Will did send me a DM. Oh, shit, boys. Oh, shit. What? Was it through smoke signal or some shit like that? Did you get the carrier pigeon now? Holy shit. All right, one sec. 1521. And when was the message when he first mentioned I need to get my thing working? Okay, this is 250. Is there anything before that? I want to be fair. I want to be fair to him. I want to be fair. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Message me on Discord and we'll set the details up. Bro, that was almost an hour ago. What? That was almost an hour ago. Holy shit. Discord. Oh my god. Took him an hour. It took him an hour, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give him a round of applause. Let's give him a round of applause. Took him an hour. But eventually we got there. Eventually we got there. You know? Like I said, just easy could have like done it like through chat. You know? It is what it is. It is what it is. I'm gonna end with, like I said, we already played this clip, but just to point out in terms of this whole aspect of the nationalists, like why conservatism's it's not enough. It needs to be nationalism. Because you're going from like they call themselves liberal, but it's all just like that's the illusion. That's the, you know, the wolf in the sheep's clothing kind of thing. That's what they pander to the useful idiots with. It's like, oh, liberals, bro. Now the likes of Hassan and all these cunts, like they can't get away with that anymore. But you know, your Destinies, your Wicks, like all these kind of motherfuckers, like they're useful idiots. They're being played for a sucker. It's literally like these motherfuckers are literally traitors to your nation. What are you going to do now? And the useful idiots just keep pandering. Pander, 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 pander. It is what it is. But ladies and gentlemen, never forget Charlie Kirk. Never stop talking about Charlie Kirk. Never forget what they done to Charlie Kirk and what they done after Charlie Kirk was brutally murdered.
Because you know you are part of something bigger than yourself. You know that you are part of the most exciting, diverse, powerful movement in the history of this country. And this movement is not about Republican or Democrat. This movement is not about conservative or liberal. And I think you're going to see that on display in a little bit, just maybe. This movement is about the citizens versus the oligarchs. This movement is about we the people versus the ruling class. This movement is about America versus the globalists. This movement is about all of us against them.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Like I said, I love playing the clip where he talks about music and like this whole thing where it takes it to the next level. No, you weren't responding. What are you talking about? You were running. You were dodging. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. But an hour to send a Discord message. Bro, I can't wait for it. Like the debate's not gonna happen, let's be real. Like the debate's never gonna get scheduled, or like we're never actually gonna see the fruits of this. You know? It is what it is. But like an hour to send the Discord message is just fucking hilarious. You know? Shout out to True to Fall TV via the PayPal. Stay black, boys. Stay black. Well, first of all, let me give you the Shrek and Clip for that one, sir.
You remind me.
Ah, shit. Appreciate you very kindly, Truth of All TV. Thank you very kindly, sir. Now, which premium meme do you want to end on, though, Truth? Do we want Joey Diaz? Do we want maybe Andrew Wilson? Do we want something else? Do we want something else? Let me know. Let me know. Like I said, I got the new the meme clips from Jungle as well. I got the I Was Right meme. Give us Uncle Joey says. Give us Uncle Joey, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to all the Americans. I want to make sure every single one of you motherfuckers are saluting right now. Check that posture. Make sure that back is straight, boys. Shout out to Uncle Joey Diaz.
Get up, cocksuckers. It's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria. The other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico. You know, the White House, whoever the fuck is going on. But it don't matter. They want to shoot. It's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty. Don't forget who the fuck we are. You understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean. He's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
Stay black, folks. Stay black. Nick wanted the crypto check one. I'll hit you with that one as well.
So I was right. I took a rash of shit for 2 years, but I was right. And everyone was wrong.
I gotta give everybody a little something. You know what I'm saying? So, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you enjoyed the show. Let me do the full cam. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. Thank you very kindly for all the donations. Shout out to you all. Appreciate you kindly. Slowly making the dream become reality. And shout out to all the Americans, especially because, like I keep trying to tell y'all, America is the land of the dreamers. You know? Like if you want to make your dream a reality, like I'm talking about like the transcendentals, you know, manifesting in the reality and all that stuff. If you want your dream to become a reality, America's the place to go. You know, the ancient Greeks, when they spoke about the gods lived in the stars. But in America, Americans dare dream to reach out and touch the stars. And they actually did. Ladies and gentlemen, if that is not greatness, I don't know what the fuck is. You know what I mean? So again, shout out to all the Americans out there. And we end the show the exact same way, because I'm not American, not yet at least, right? Because y'all seen, if you go to the Ko-Fi page, you'll see I got the goal for the Trump gold card. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a leprechaun. I got my rainbow here as proof, you know? And they tell you shouldn't be trusting leprechauns. But that's no problem. That's no problem. Because I'm not asking you to trust me. All I'm simply asking you to do is trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow for a bit of the film room, baby.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice.
So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.